Hello there.
Good morning, guys. Give me just 1 second. All right, guys. Good morning. How are you today? Man, hi. Hey, good morning. It's a day, isn't it? Day complete. Sorry, my watch updated apparently this morning, and I didn't know about it until just now. Yay! Okay, perfect. Got it. Anyway, good morning. I'm Spartan John. This is the Spartan Space. This is the awesome. The show is awesome. It's a book day. We're reading the Rubicon Protocol today. I just got some stuff I want to talk about before we get going. We're live on Twitch and YouTube today. At least for the reading. We are at 189 subs on YouTube. That's amazing. 189. Getting close to 200. And, you know, the world will continue to be awesome as we get closer to that number. Uh, 1,784 followers on Twitch today. Thank you, everybody, for being part of that. You guys are the best. Like, literally, I do this because you guys provide me with a family to do this with, and you know, keeps me occupied, keeps me busy, keeps my life full of goodness, and I'm grateful for that. So thank you for being part of it, everybody who has signed on and been awesome with us this year, and everybody who's here before that as well. Once again, absolutely can't do it without you. You guys are the best. Good morning, Boat. How you doing, buddy? The Seahawks play tonight at 5 o'clock. Thursday night football. They play for the division, the lead in the division. We're currently, I think we're 11-3. We're playing the Rams. They are also 11-3. One of us will leave with a loss. One of us will leave with 12 wins. I'm hoping it's going to be the Seahawks. We need to beat them. They hold the tiebreaker against us because they beat us already this season, so we need to beat them. That'll be cool. And then immediately after that, the Kraken will play. The Kraken play at 6 o'clock tonight, which I think is crazy. I think they're on the road, which is why they're playing. Why they're playing early, which means that Spartan John will be here live in the Awesome tonight. I won't be streaming, of course, but I'll be here in the Spartan Space doing awesome things, watching games, and generally being part of what's going on. It's going to be really cool. I'm really happy about it, and yeah, cool stuff. I want to say thank you to Ambient Wonders for being the soundtrack behind all of the... There, you can find it there. Did it work? Oh, it's broken. I got most of my, I wanted to tell everybody I was fortunate enough yesterday. I updated the Streamlabs information. And when I did that, that was so cool. Because that would be why. Let's try this again. Ka-chow. There it goes. Yes, I fixed it. There was an update for the Stream Deck. So, after the power was lost and everything came back, we did an update on the Stream Deck, and then magically the Stream Deck recovered my profile. And it works. So I then immediately saved and exported the profile so that I would not lose it again next time. You know, look, cause learning. So there you go. There's the OST. Ambient Wonders on YouTube. It's provided by Installation00. He's a great friend of ours, Martin. He's good people. We really love that guy. And he does Ambient Wonders, which is a bunch of sounds that you can go listen to. There's just music from the background of games, you know, mostly sci-fi games. It's good for studying, relaxing. You know, if you listen to the Halo music, nobody knows any better. It's just in the back of your house during like an event. People are like, wow, this is really great ambience. And you're like, yeah, it's ambient for sure. Ambient Wonders. Anyway, haha, you see what I did there? I hope that your Christmas shopping is done, or that you find yourself in a place where Christmas shopping is almost done. It is definitely Christmas shopping. I'm almost done myself. I've got a couple more things I need to do. Today is Thursday, and that means that the weekend is almost here. And when the weekend comes, then I will be able to get so many more things done. That's not true. The malls and things are crazy out. It's absolutely ridiculous out there. Be safe when you're doing your holiday shopping this season, especially if you're local to us. We everywhere is flooded, so don't drown out there. Don't drown. Let's see. Talked about the Seahawks. Talked about the Kraken. Talked about my day. Talked about my day. That's it. That's all I can tell you about. I got nothing else to tell you at the moment. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue to be awesome, and what that means is I'm gonna finish taking my vitamin gummies here that I always take every morning first thing with you guys, because if I don't, I would die probably. And yeah. What's that? Finally a human taking time to read this. Sorry, I'm just looking at my watching the just looking at all the comments of all these people who've leaved me comments in YouTube that I have yet to respond back to. Last 50 pages never made it in, but the readings. The last 50 pages didn't make it. Apparently, somebody said that the last 50 pages of Glasslands did not make it into the book. Apparently, it got cut. I will have to. I'll have to fix that. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll have to check that out. Glasslands. The last 50 pages. Did not make it. Okay. Well, I'll try to, There we go. I replied. We'll have to fix that at some point. That is a bummer. Anyway, okay. Now that we've done that, now that I've checked my messages on YouTube that I didn't even know I had, and sent them back. Anyway, we're here. We're live. We're gonna read the Rubicon Protocol a little bit and finish that up. That is the plan for today, and then after we do that, then we'll probably do some gaming together, because that's also what we absolutely love to do. Again, it's Thursday. It's a great day. We're here. We're live. We've got sports and things. We'll have our friends, and yeah, that's about it. Well, shit, we're 15 minutes in, which means I am running a second late or two. Where's my book? Vitamin chews. Ugh. Terrible. That one tastes like chloroseptic spray at the end, which is absolutely the least favorite. It's like that vitamin chew I just took, that red one that you saw. That one tastes like a combination of chloroseptic and Robitussin. It is not great. But it has like vitamin B's and it's got all the vitamins, all of them. I'll have to get you a list of all the shit that's in there if you're interested. You know, taking my vitamin D, I take a lot of vitamin D, and then I take vitamin B as well as a separate supplement because the VA says I'm low on it and I should take it. Yeah. There we go. Take care of yourself. Just swallow them. Chews don't make sense unless they taste good. Well, I mean, the chews are better than the horse pills. I'd rather chew them a little bit and then swallow them down, I guess. I definitely feel like they're better than the horse pills. Yeah. Hello there, is it 50? Okay. Anyway, good morning. Hi. Good morning, everyone. Hi. We're going to start reading in a minute. Yeah. Here's the book. Rubicon Protocol by Kelly Gay. We're almost at the end. Yeah. We're almost at the end. We'll read that. It's going to be fun. Then we'll play some games. We're hoping to end it. Give me just a second, and we'll get started. Oh, I got some new snacks, by the way, at Costco right now. You can get from the Sonoma Creamery. You can get these. These are these called pizza crisps, but they're cheese crisps. They're made of mozzarella cheese, skim milk, cultures, salt, microbial enzymes, uncured pepperonis, natural spices. Anyway, they're just they're like cheese crisps. This is my favorite. The cheese everything is my favorite, by the way. It's gotta be the best. Yeah, anyway, good stuff. Those will be here today for the snacks. Yeah, the Flying Hotel is on the way. That's true. Give me just 1 second to stand up and stretch, and then we'll get going. It's gonna be great. You can't see me stretch over here. Oh, you can. You can see my arm. Hi. Oh. Oh. It's gonna be a good day today. Promise. Man, it is coming down outside. All right, here comes the Flying Hotel, Kevin. Your favorite part. I'm hoping that the wind and the rain doesn't take the power away from us today. That would super suck. Here we go. Orbiting. Standard orbit. Oh, just kidding. Anyway, you know what the bookmark means. It means it's time for the show. We're gonna read for a little bit, and then we'll talk about it and hang out later. Here we go. Rubicon Protocol, Chapter 31. Marker. Interior Zeta Halo, May 3rd, 2560, day 143. Reaching the Conspectus hub using the map on the ONI AR operative. Oh, shit. We're gonna start over. I already fucked it up. Sorry. Again! Reaching the Conspectus hub using the map that the ONI AR operative Kate Stalling had provided. Had been a matter of trial and error, orienting himself to land formations spread over an expanse of thousands of acres, some that were no longer relevant due to the fracturing of the Halo ring, and subsequent remedial shifts had provided frustrating and at times had proved frustrating and at times seemed impossible, as did finding his way around or across the deep fractures in the ring itself. All of these challenges had taken Horvath additional weeks to navigate while deep in banished territory, which meant taking the opportunity to cause a little trouble whenever possible. It made for a very long hunt. Many times, the echo of gunfire reverberated across the canyons and valleys, and he knew he wasn't alone, that the UNSC was still out there, persevering. Those times were the hardest. He yearned to rejoin the fight, but preventing the banished from obtaining the intel Stalling had mentioned was far more important and urgent than his longing for camaraderie. When he found the high-altitude lake after a day's climb, Horvath knew he was on the right path. It was situated amid sparse conifers and tucked into a rocky slope. A cracked, umber-colored crust lay over most of the lake's surface. The cracks were circular, similar to the concentric wave patterns of rocks thrown into the water. From the cracks oozed a pitch-colored substance, making the lake look like a puzzle broken apart. Stalling had written Hard Lake, and while there was no water he could see, there was a thin shoreline of pebbles. Horvath made his way there, broke a nearby branch from a tree, and stuck it into one of the cracks. He came back covered in an oily black sludge. He tossed a stick and contemplated his next move as his AI created a grid of the lake on his HUD. It appears that the lake is made up of a tar-like substance, and the oils within the tar have evaporated and dried, likely over thousands of years, to create the surface crust. Some of it is quite solid. The area marked by Stalling was nearly the center of the lake, but no matter how hard he looked, all he could make out was a smudge, while everything around it was clear. "Try deep scanning that area again," he said. "I'm unable to get a proper reading," Fee responded. "This may be indicative of Forerunner stealth technology." Forerunners were known to have employed stealth technology over important sites, using machines called bafflers or dazzlers, both of which distorted an area viewed from ground or air. If this was the case, he must be on the right track. "Can you find me a path across? A path that would support nearly 600 kilos of our armored Spartan might not be easy feat." "I can, but prolonged weight will disturb the viscosity of the crust." Elfie measured the depth through the crust layer and found him a connected way across the hazy lake to the center. "Once you begin, walk quickly," she told him. "Do not stop, or you will sink." Horvath drew in a deep breath, studied the path on his HUD, and walked along the shoreline until he found the starting point, laid out on his display. The first step onto the crust produced a loud crack. Instinctively, he slowed and made to step back. "Go," Elfie shouted in his ears. He started forward, "But don't run." Okay, careful." Wasn't exactly his strong suit. He was more a barge in and destroy shit kind of guy. But he concentrated on moving as swiftly and as lightly as possible. Every step along the meandering path crunching and cracking the layer like a bear walking across the thinnest of ice. The idea of the tar beneath his feet permanently entangling him kept going through his head, but also instilled the concern that drove him forward. The distorted area now lay ahead, and then what? He might have no other choice but to stop. His apprehension grew. Of all the crazy things he'd done, and here he was putting his faith in a crudely drawn map created by an Oni operative who might or might not have been there and in their right mind at the time. Too late to stop now or reconsider his decision. Horvath pressed on, passing over the circular patterns, following the most solid route until he entered the haze. The cracking stopped, and the telltale sound of his armored boots on metal rang out instead. With a huge breath of relief, he saw he was through the distortion and standing on a flat, seven-sided surface, the same color as the pitch black, but somewhat translucent, suggesting there was a depth beneath the platform. But he didn't have time to enjoy his success as a hazy white field erupted around the perimeter of the black surface. "You're being scanned," Fee told him. The platform suddenly dropped without warning, knocking him off balance, and it plummeted straight down into the lake, zooming past the intermittent circles of blue lights. At this high rate of speed, he should be off of his feet, but the field seemed to act as some sort of protective bubble. It was like dropping through an ejection tube without a drop pod. 800 meters in just seconds. The elevator platform came to a swift but controlled stop. He withdrew the salvaged pulse carbine he'd taken off the body of a Singhili mercenary and referred to his display. No threats or friendlies in range of this thermal. The field evaporated and the platform went dormant. He stepped off into a vast underground facility with dark gray alloy walls that soared from the depths below and into the darkness above. There were walls on 3 sides of him, and the shaft leaving only one direction to go, along a long, suspended pathway, over nothing but open space, lit by hard light coming from the channels in the path. Elfie was only able to build a small fraction of their location, simply because the space was so large. "I guess we're going this way," he muttered, starting across the bridge and feeling a little apprehensive. He was going on faith now. The lake had been the last marker on the agent's map. All he knew now was that somewhere in the enormous underbelly of the fractured Halo ring was a hub where one could access the Conspectus network. Simple, right? But Horvath stayed on the path seemingly laid out for him. He walked for a few hours, stopping occasionally to rest, before thermal picked up an eye-shaped anomaly far in the distance. Eventually, the path ended on a large platform extending over yet more open space. All around him, a curved, multi-level facility rose from the depths and extended beyond his ability to view. The eye he had been heading toward was actually the edges of a plasma burn through a massive arched doorway. Avoiding the cooling slag pooled on the floor, he stepped through the hole and into a long chamber about 10 meters high, with translucent screens streaming data. If he looked closely, he could see there was just one layer of data filling the screen, but several, one behind another, going back farther than his eye could see. The console had once stood in the center of the room, but now was nothing but a melted pool of metal and bits of circuitry. If there was any way to access that data, he asked Elfie. Without console access and permission protocols initiated, there is no way to retrieve the data. Damn it. He moved around the room, inspecting the data streams, but unable to access any of them. Disappointment settled on his shoulders. There had been something he could do. I'm picking up a Spartan signature," Elfie announced suddenly. Horvath froze, unsure he'd heard her correctly. 5 human signatures in all. Fee wasn't given to exhibiting strong emotions, but there was a trace of excitement in her tone. Like a bucket of cold water, the news stole his breath. "Okay, show me." Through the blueprint that populated on the display, he watched as 5 beautiful green signals appeared 2 levels above him, tracking almost out of range. Leaping through the hole, he took off down the path, materializing on his HUD, adrenaline coursing through his veins now as he scaled up balcony levels, leapfrogging from one to the next, then crossing a massive conduit cable to an access corridor that delivered him onto another long pathway. His heart pounded out of sheer, unadulterated hope and complete desperation to catch up to them before they disappeared altogether. Gaining on the targets, he sprinted down a wide pathway and up a ramp, hauling ass across a massive corridor to a hard light bridge over an open cavity, where he finally caught a visual of them on the other end of the long span. The Spartan on his HUD should have picked up his signal, yet they kept moving. He came to a halt and shouted across the open space at the top of his lungs, "Stop!" The word reverberated through the cavernous space, carrying and echoing until it faded into the unknown. The group paused and turned around, somewhat lightheaded, out of breath, and stunned. Horvath jogged across the bridge. The Spartan separated from the group, jungle camo, cradling a Stormfall helmet and a BR-75 service rifle. Pale hair, strong bone structure, perpetual frown. It was Nina Kovan, Fireteam Shadow, the stoic sniper extraordinaire. Jesus Christ. Panting, Horvath ripped off his helmet. A deep, throaty laugh skated past his lips, and once it started, he couldn't seem to stop. She took a few more steps forward, her brow furrowing deeply, as if she couldn't quite believe what she was seeing. Her eyes actually went glassy, and for a moment he saw the presence of deep, deep grief. His laughter eased, and he gathered his emotions. Running a hand down his face and letting out a loud, shaking sigh, finally, after all of this time. Well, I knew one day you'd lose it, Horvath, but didn't know I'd be the lucky one to witness it. And there was the typical sardonic style, a wry smile pulling one corner of her mouth. He'd never seen her hair below her ears before, and now it hung long and straight to her shoulders. But it'd been that much time. Where the hell have you been? He stumbled over a response, still trying to get a hold of himself. His eyes were a little glassy too, but he didn't care. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. He stared at her for another long second. God damn, it's good to see you, Kovan. Really good. Your armor looks like shit, by the way. She surprised him with a laugh and moved in for a brief hug and a slap on the back. Have you actually seen yourself lately? He stepped back and glanced down. He'd been through one destructive event after another and could only imagine the picture he presented. 4 others then approached, 3 men and 1 woman, gave him the unimpressed once-over, hardened, weathered, war-bred faces, eyeing him very carefully. A rough-hewn group, by the look of them. They'd had a no-bullshit aura, and were loaded down with as much ammo and weapons as each could carry, and wore a random collection of combat gear. The barrel of a rocket launcher peeked over the woman's shoulder, and her vest was chock full of ordnance, grenades, and explosives. The oldest guy in the bunch narrowed his gaze. His shaggy, sun-streaked hair was tied back, and laugh lines curved around the weathered tan skin of his eyes. Those pale eyes seemed very familiar, but the beard obscured the bottom half of his face. Recognition suddenly flashed through the man's gaze as his mouth dropped open. Horvath. Oh, he definitely knew that voice. Shit, Murphy, is that you? Lieutenant and all-around kick-ass Pelican pilot T.J. Murphy burst out laughing and walked right up to Horvath and slapped the Spartan a couple of times on the chest plate. Jesus, man, it's good to see you. To witness his sincerity and the raw joy in his expression made Horvath feel lighter and more unburdened than he had felt in weeks. A thought that suddenly occurred to him as he remembered that May Day call he'd picked up the second day on Zeta Halo. Wait, is this your group from the lifeboat? Yeah. He moved aside to introduce the crew, Robin, Dimmick, and Isaiah Cameron. And Kovan picked up Bender here on day 1. The guy gave him a light nod. Eric Bender, he said, by way of introduction. Horvath dipped his head in greeting. Noting that the guy had the look of an ODST, a big, capable-looking soldier who seemed at home in his skin. They all did, and he stood there with an assault rifle hanging against his front, both hands resting casually on top of the stock. Cameron, Horvath said, shifting his gaze to the young man. Bridge comms, right? Used to be. You could call me Cam, he replied easily. And the medic Browning, the one I was talking to on comms. He hadn't forgotten the promise he'd made to the man from his homeworld. A somber curtain seemed to fall over their expressions. Horvath's heart sank. Ah, hell, the news stung. He wanted so desperately to have kept his oath. I'm sorry. He's not dead, Dimmick said, insulted. He was taken by the Banished. Kovan explained a little more kindly. They used him to activate the Forerunner tech. Horvath wasn't sure how to respond to that. Being taken by the Banished, the kid was on borrowed time, if not already gone. You humans are very slow. You must really make an effort to keep up, an annoyed female voice echoed from the other side of the bridge, approaching fast. Horvath moved back and lifted a hand to his shoulder to grab his rifle, but noticed no one else seemed alarmed as the spherical Forerunner machine swept across the bridge. It stopped above them, pointing its blue eye from person to person to person. It then lit on Horvath and proceeded to scan him from top to bottom. This is Veridity, Kovan said. Sub-Monitor 91, Adjutant Veridity. She introduced herself. We really must not delay. The day was full of surprises. He moved closer to Kovan. Want to give me the sit rep? We're following her to a place called the Conservatory. I'll fill you in as we go. We should be making camp soon. He fell in step beside Kovan as the sub-monitor led them on. But before he asked for more intel, there was something more pressing that he needed to know. I've been out of the loop and alone since day 2. I was separated from Fireteam Intrepid during the explosion that tore the ring apart. Have you made contact with any of my team? No, she said, shaking her head. And none of us have heard anything from Infinity since we made landfall. Wait, Cam said, from behind him. You've been alone since day 2? That's right, so we're the first humans you've seen in months. Murphy pondered that surprising revelation. Horvath nodded and cast a glance over his shoulder. After the ring split apart, I ended up on a small ring fragment that had flipped upside down. I was stuck there with a Bloodstar brute. Dimmick winced. A Bloodstar brute? How did you make it back? Well, we reprogrammed a damaged Sentinel and used its impulse drive to fly it back to one of the larger fragments. Hold up, Bender said, stopping. You're telling us you and a Bloodstar brute reprogrammed a Sentinel and used it to fly through open space? They all now halted and were staring at him with varying expressions of disbelief. It was just wild enough of a tale to ring true. Kovan snorted, show off, and then began walking. As they continued, Cam asked, how the hell did you get a brute to cooperate rather than tear you to pieces? He didn't have a choice. Neither of us did. The gravity in the atmosphere on the fragment was failing. It was either we worked together or died together. Surprised, he didn't choose the latter way, Murphy said. Oh, he tried a few times, believe me. Gorian. Kovan whirled on him so quickly that he nearly bumped into her as she gripped the edges of his chest plate. Gorian. This close, he saw clearly the history in her eyes, the pain and the fury. I take it you know him, he responded evenly. She frowned and finally let go, turning away and staring off again. Horvath let it lie. They'd make camp at some point, and then he hoped he'd have all his questions answered. Chapter 32. Conservatory Zeta Halo, May 3rd, 2560, Day 143. The boat crew made camp in the shadow of the massive power conduit that ran along a wide avenue. Cam tossed MREs while Dimmick handed everyone a water ration and an energy bar. Murphy, though, couldn't stop staring at Horvath. The passage of time was written plainly on the Spartan's face. Months of living on the ring, fighting and surviving. Wavy, dark brown hair hung long enough that it was tied behind the Spartan's neck. A beard covered the lower part of his face. Horvath was already a big, burly, good-natured troublemaker, the kind you wanted at your back, but now his gruff appearance made him into an even larger presence. Kovan was in the process of relaying the events on the Halo ring before and after the explosion. and the state of the UNSC presence as she knew it. All things they'd heard or seen themselves plenty of times before. And so you've heard nothing about Captain Lasky or Palmer or the chief? Horvath asked. No, and it's been mostly quiet. What happened at the reverie? Mortal reverie? You don't know? Trust me when I say I've been offline and out on my own. She crash-landed mostly intact. Served as a rally point for a while. Had a number of fire teams operating out of the site. Eventually things fell into place for us to make a move against the Banished, and Griffin, Sarkar, Panago, and Malik drew straws to assassinate Esherim, but the mission failed. Griffin was apparently the only survivor. Managed to get word to us that the Banished were mustering a force to retaliate against Reverie. Her voice dropped, and she was quiet for a long time before she offered a half-hearted shrug. We were outnumbered 100 to 1. It was a bloodbath, Bender muttered. Vattel made it, Kovan said. Sorrel and Mako too. Stone made contact with them for a little while, and they were trying to find out more about the ring repairing itself. And Vattel, he struck out to look for Griffin. It might have happened some time ago, but the memories of those 2 days were fresh in Murphy's mind. The last thing he wanted to hear was a recap of the details concerning the awful nights, which really haunted him enough as it was. As he tore into a chunk of the bland energy bar, he changed the subject. How'd you end up on our tail? The monitor, Viridity, moved closer, hovering just beyond Kovan's shoulder, apparently curious to hear Horvath's side of things as well. Horvath nudged the hair out of his eyes as he gathered his thoughts, letting out a small laugh as if unsure where to start. Well, when I was marooned on the fragment and found Gorian, he was trapped inside of a phantom with a brute captain and a couple of pilots, all dead. Their ship was carrying excavation tools and crates of stone artifacts that we hadn't seen in our databases before. They seemed to hold some importance to the Banished, so I stole the flight data recorder, and once I made it back from the fragment, retraced its path to find out where they'd been excavating and what they'd been looking for. And did you? Bender asked him. Not exactly. I found what seemed to be an ancient ruin and a dying Oni operative, Kate Stalling. She was part of an asset recovery. Dimmick glanced around the group. Am I the only one who doesn't know what asset recovery is? Oni runs an asset recovery division, Kovan answered. Operatives are pulled from special ops across the military and trained to hunt down high-value assets. That often includes Forerunner artifacts and technology. They're some of the best survivalists and trackers in the business, Horvath said. And he stared off into the darkness. It was clear to Murphy that the memories of finding the Oni operative weighed on his mind. Gorian and a Sangheili Blade Master Jagar Ardumnai. They left her in a bad way. He ran a hand down his beard. Never seen anyone hang in there like that, in that state before. Said she'd been on the ring since before the Banished arrived, hunting intel on the same artifacts the Banished had been excavating. I think she must have uncovered evidence, something that made her think there's more to Zeta Halo than we know. She left a crude map. Said they'd go to some kind of data hub next, which I think I found, but they got there first, Kovan finished for him. Jaga and Gorian. Stone's recon took her to the same data hub, and she saw them accessing a control panel and then retrieving 2 data streams. They were after the ring's defense systems. As expected, Horvath had the same stunned reaction they'd all had upon the news. Kovan brought him up to date on how they met Viridity, what the data nodes were, and how Stone had managed to steal it from Jagar Ardumnai and Gorian. So this data, Horvath said, taking it all in, it's not just local defenses. It includes the ring's current status, coordinates, information that the folks back home would be able to use to locate the Halo and send reinforcements. That's right, Kovan said. We just need a way to relay it, some kind of supraluminal communications array. Viridity spoke up. We can do that from a beacon tower. We only need access to them. Something I can provide from the installation's monitor, desponded Pyre. So that's it, Horvath said, with a weighty sigh. If we can bring the full weight of the UNSC here, we could kick the Banished off of this ring for good. Kovan nodded. And for what it's worth, I think the Oni operative was right. There is more to this ring than we know. More threats than the Banished alone. During recon, Stone ran into some strange flying creatures that were attacking both her and the Banished. They actually took weapons from the Banished and were using them on anything that got close. Hold on, Horvath said. You're telling me that there's another intelligent species on Zeta Halo, and they're taking down Banished and then using their weapons. That's what she saw. Maybe something they ran into down here during the excavation. When I found Browning, he told me that the Banished used him to open a stasis pod Escherm had brought up from beneath Reverie. Instantly, Murphy remembered the strange outline in the rectangular panel he'd seen in the chamber at the outpost. According to his story, it's intelligent, Kovan continued, called itself the Harbinger. He said it was different from anything that we'd ever seen before, and when she spoke, she told Escherm that everything we know will be undone, and he was on board with that. Their goals seemed to align somehow. What the hell, Kovan? Dimmick said, leaning forward, elbows on her knees. You said he was being used to unlock Forerunner tech. When were you going to mention the part about him waking up a whole new species? Murphy completely sympathized. It came as a shock to him as well. They'd had this conversation before about keeping secrets, but he guessed that as a Spartan, Kovan was used to keeping her intel closest to the chest. It had been ingrained in her, part of her life and duty for such a long time. I saw no need to mention it. Until it's officially confirmed, all I had was Browning's account until now, and that wasn't enough. Cam asked in a quiet way of his not confrontational, just straightforwardness. It's Browning, like he's going to make something like that up. No, Kovan replied easily, not getting rattled by the group's reaction. The stubborn tilt on her chin told Murphy that there was much more to the story, and if he'd learned anything about this Spartan, it was that she always had a reason. He wasn't in good condition. Aw, hell, Dimmick murmured, dragging a hand through her hair and leaning back. It was a nice way of saying he'd been tortured by the Banished and likely not in his right mind, which meant Kovan had to question how reliable the witness could have been. Horvath broke his gulf of silence that was growing within the team. You mentioned Stone's recon and how she got the data back, he said. But where is she now? A steely curtain seemed to slide over Kovan's features. No one moved or knew if they should speak up. Here, Kovan answered after a long moment. This will help. She tossed Horvath the data chip from her secondary port. I transferred this from Stone's armor. Frowning, he grabbed his helmet, slipped it on, and then inserted the chip into his neural port. After some time, Horvath removed his helmet and the data chip, handing it back to Kovan, eyes a bit red and looking angry and shaken. And they're headed to the conservatory now, Jega and Gorian. She nodded. Good, he ground out, barely containing the fury in his tone. Then he eyed the sub-monitor for a long moment. And you, what do you get out of all of this? At first, Viridity didn't reply, and Murphy wondered if she was even listening. But then, her central eye snapped to Horvath. The same as you, Spartan. We need to release the monitor, desponded Pyre, and expel the Banished from this installation. And the Harbinger? I do not have access to any records of her kind. I only learned of her through activities of the Banished. I know nothing of her loyalties or plans. We assume she's hostile until now, or until we know otherwise, he said. Once we get to the conservatory, the goal is twofold then. Free Despondent Pyre, and send a message to the UNSC with the ring's coordinates. No, Kovan corrected. The goal is threefold. She stared at Horvath intently. Eliminate Gorian and Jaeger or Dumni. and they do whatever they could to see it through. They all would. Rubicon Protocol. All right then, those are the solid goals, Murphy said at last. With Veridity's help, we'll be able to finish what Stone started. Chapter 33. The Tower, Zeta Halo, May 7th, 2560, Day 147. Lucas slumped against the wall as tears tracked down his dirty face. His body shook uncontrollably, and his chest burned as though all of his pain and exhaustion and fear and hyper-awareness had all been gathered around his heart, like dried tinder that had set ablaze. Nightmares plagued his sleep, the kind where he failed to escape, unable to work the latch to an unlocked door or running in place when the path to freedom was clear. Waking or sleeping, there was no safe place, nowhere to rest where he wasn't on alert or overwhelmed. The logical part of his brain rarely won out over the survival part, but there were times when he knew he was losing it. New extreme PTSD had a grip on him, and he needed to try to take whatever steps possible to help himself cope. Knowing and doing, however, were two extremely different things, too far apart to bring together, and with every moment spent in the banished captivity or in the presence of the Harbinger, the distance grew greater. He was past the point of recovery, and tending to his own damaged mind and body. He no longer had the strength to mentally work his way through it. I can't do this anymore. His lips barely moved, the words coming like a whispered prayer over and over. He ran both trembling hands down his wet face. I can't go back there again. I can't do it. The volume rose until he was shouting, "Can't do it, can't do it, can't do it." Deep breaths, Lucas, his neighbor's voice echoed through their shared wall. You can handle it. Just focus, all right? Inhale, exhale. That's all you have to do right now. In and out. Lucas grabbed on to that dependable voice like a lifeline. Breathe in, breathe out. Eventually, his heart rate slowed, and his insides no longer felt bloated with pressure. Now there was just a hollow void that quickly filled with more hopelessness. This is it, he said, letting his hand fall against the wall at his back. He stared through bleary eyes at the ceiling. This is what is all to come. All 25 years growing up, going to school, studying my ass off in nursing college, just end up here. He laughed, shaking his head at how ridiculous it had all turned out, despite his best efforts. Not sure holding on to it is worth it anymore, you know? It all seems pointless, because the end would have been the same regardless. There was no help coming, no one to breach the tower or be a hero, and it was getting harder and harder to slog through each miserable day. Hey, come on, it's not over yet. Hang in there. Every day we survive is another day closer to getting out of here. How do you figure? Every day here was a day closer to the end, in Lucas's opinion. How can you stay so positive? His neighbor had been the warden's favorite torture subject ever since Lucas had been interned in the tower. He wasn't sure how the guy had managed to stay alive this long. He was pretty sure Chaklock kept healing him and bringing him back from the brink of death, just so he could torment the man some more. How can you stay so positive? Wasn't exactly a fair question. His neighbor made an effort to help him hang on when, in reality, the guy had been even more misery than Lucas could imagine. He had to know their chances of ever getting out of the tower alive were slim and none. The situation can change on a dime, the man said at length. You never know who could burst through that door. Trust me on that. When he spoke in such a way, with unflinching conviction and experience, it stirred Lucas's curiosity. You ever going to tell me your name? I told you. Yeah, I know, he replied, sighing. It's better for me to not know. The less I know, the safer I am. Lucas had news for him. No one was safe, not here, not in the tower, not even out there. His neighbor grew quiet for a long moment, and Lucas heard some shuffling, as though the man was trying to get comfortable and simply could not. "You're doing okay over there?" he asked. "Seen better days." The answer was clearly pained. "What are they doing to you?" Lucas asked quickly. After a few moments, his neighbor said, "Seeing how much to push before things break." He gave a short, sarcastic laugh. "Not sure how much more I have left to break. Have to admit, this isn't exactly how I thought I'd end up either." "You want me to throw your words back at you?" Lucas said with a weary smile. "I'd rather you not. Whatever worth I have to them is ebbing away. But you've got an ace up your sleeve. They're keeping you alive for some reason, so you have some value. If you say so." If his neighbor was favored by the warden, then Lucas was favored by the harbinger, and he couldn't help but wonder when his value would start slipping away. He'd spent time with her again today. Was that twice this week? He wasn't sure. Couldn't access the clarity of his mind. He needed to be sure. It was all starting to blend together. His time with her was always fuzzy and ringed with uncertainty. And while their meeting this time felt surprisingly normal, he ate, she spoke, something unsettling stirred within him, something dark and twisted. Maybe if he talked it out, he could figure out what was wrong. He wanted to tell his friend about the encounters with the harbinger, about what was happening to him. But for some reason, he hadn't been able to. Even now, as he opened his mouth to replay the conversation, the words on his tongue did not match the ones in his mind. 2, 4, stunned, he froze. What the hell? He tried again. 2, 4. Panicked, he slapped a hand over his mouth, his blood pressure rising. "Oh God, what the hell did she do to me?" "You okay, buddy?" "No. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm trying to tell you what happened to me, but I can't. I can't get the words out. It's like something in my head is preventing it." "Try again." Slowly, Lucas let his hand fall and tried again. Numbers. That's all that could come from inside of his mind. He covered his mouth again, stifling and alarmed. Try to talk about something else, anything else. Fear gripped Lucas's throat. What if nothing came out, like a switch had been hit, and that was it? He swallowed down the massive lump in his throat and forced himself to speak. "My name is Lucas Browning. I was born on Alluvion. I'm a combat medic for the UNSC Marine Corps." Relief crashed over him that the numbers didn't come out again. "Okay, you could still talk. You just can't recount what's happening to you. Sounds like they don't want you revealing your interactions to anyone. Better to stay on the safe side then and keep yourself for right now." Lucas had been using Kovan's transmitters to record every time he was taken to the House of Reckoning to see the Harbinger. She never seemed to suspect anything. He'd been dropping the devices near the tarmac afterwards, hoping that they'd be carried in the wind and jettisoned, a signal to a UNSC receiver somewhere on the ring. Even if he couldn't reveal the conversations himself, those recordings had to be worth something. How is this even possible? Lucas openly wondered. What's happening to me? "Don't let it weigh on you right now. You're not with them. You're here, and I'm with you," his neighbor responded thoughtfully. "We'll get through this together." Lucas believed him, and in that moment, that was enough. Chapter 34. The Conservatory, Zeta Halo, May 9th, 2560, Day 149. The closer they came to the conservatory, the more Kovan imagined Jaeger Adumni's demise. As macabre as it was, she'd played Benita Stone's death several times, studying the Blade Master's movements, his technique, looking for patterns and weakness. Kovan was well aware of it. With her damaged armor, she was the weaker opponent. So when they met in battle, she couldn't afford to make the mistakes. Ahead, some monitor Viridity's blue glow guided them to a sheer wall that stretched, solid in all directions with no end in sight. The alloy was a dark gray and inset with deep geometric patterns, centering on a stylized arched door cut with hard light panels. that cast the alloy in a glossy shade of blue. The arched outline on the floor repeated, expanding outward. Veridity paused in front of the arch, her optical lens shooting a beam that moved from the bottom of the path and up the tall doorway. The metal and light folded back and disappeared, allowing them to enter. Once everyone had crossed the threshold, the sub-monitor scanned again and the doors solidified once more. We're now inside the conservatory complex. And the banished, Kovan asked, as Spartan Hovath came up beside her. They have gathered at an exposed part of the facility's exterior. The AI's tone was amused. There is a large number of them, and they are establishing a fortified position. They will not find a door, and will be forced to create one of their own. This will take some time. You don't seem to be concerned, Horvath commented. The conservatory is a labyrinth that will keep the banished occupied for the time being. It is specifically designed to confuse those who enter without invitation. They may never find Pyre's cradle. Then we'll just have to deal with them later, Kovan said, gritting her teeth. Veridity then turned 180 degrees and moved forward. As they fell into step behind her, Horvath brushed shoulders with Kovan. You sure your crew is up for that? Kovan glanced back, understanding what he was saying. Once they completed their mission with Zeta Halo's monitor despondent Pyre, Jaga and Gorian remained an imminent threat. And despite the heavy banished presence gathered outside the conservatory, neither Spartan was going to pass up the opportunity to take the bastard down. They're free to do what they want, but they'll have our backs regardless. You seem certain of that. There was no good way to explain it. What they'd been through together, and the bond that they had all formed. At this point, Kovan could no more walk away from them than they from her. The conservatory was indeed a maze, though the word didn't quite do the enormity of its justice. It was dark and sleek and lit with subtle blue lights, weaving throughout massive levels where countless ramps, bridges, corridors, chambers, and walls that streamed with blue codes, and they all were seeing just a fraction of the size as Veridity took them on the one direct route. In less than an hour, they made it to the cradle, a large chamber with a pyramidal structure at the center, with a flat, rounded top, accessible from the floor by a broad ramp. Atop it was a plinth console, and in the very middle, hovering above it, was presumably Despondent Pyre. The monitor had a gleaming dark gray casing, its dulled-out optical lens canted down and lit with just a hint of green. It seemed quiet and peaceful, as though in a state of hibernation. Several sub-monitors hovered around the perimeter, also seemingly in a state of rest. As Kovan proceeded up the ramp, Veridity stopped her near the top. Cortana sequestered them within the energy barrier that I and my fellow sub-monitors have been unable to deactivate. Reclaimers, however, might bring an entirely different result. Kovan, Horvath said, alerting her to a long console at the base of the cradle. She gestured for him to attempt access. His AI was in a much better state than hers to begin the process of breaking the hold over the monitors. As Murphy and crew moved slowly around the room to get a good look at the surroundings, Veridity hovered at the top of the cradle just outside of the barrier. Good old reclaimer access for the win, Horvath said, looking up from the console as the golden energy barrier shimmered into visibility and then faded into nothingness. Veridity flew right up to Despondent Pyre and shouted, "Wake up!" The crew shared a bewildered look as Kovan motioned them towards the ramp. When Pyre didn't wake, Veridity began moving erratically around the silent monitor before facing it once more and shouting and shooting a bright blue beam straight into Pyre's lens. Again, nothing happened. Frustrated, Veridity backed off with a loud huff. She does this sometimes, the sub-monitor said after pulling herself together. Does what exactly? Kovan asked, noticing the other monitors were still in a state of dormancy. Falls into despair. She is old and weighed down by the past, always contemplating forerunner decisions and consequences. She turned her attention back to Pyre. This usually works. Veridity flew forward and ramming Pyre with her carapace and knocking the monitor back a meter. Pyre simply floated back to her original position, though more green seemed to bleed into her lens, and she roused slightly. Submonitor Adjutant Veridity. A rather proper sounding female voice issued from the carapace. Please join us in contemplation. Pyre's light began to dim again, and Veridity hurried to prevent it, shouting, "Reclaimers are here." Oh! Pyre's eye cast slowly around, finally landing on a human standing in the chamber, gazing up at her. Kovan immediately expected a scan, typical of a monitor, but Pyre's interest faded on a sigh. "Irrelevant," she said tiredly. "Irrelevant." Veridity was apoplectic, her blue light shifting to red. The Banished continue to desecrate our installation. Our duty must be to conserve the ring, to protect its biomes, its wildlife, the monument. It's all under our care. Entire sections have already been lost. It's time you wake up. This didn't seem to be going as smoothly as the submonitor had hoped, and Veridity was losing herself in her own outrage. Horvath joined Kovan at the top of the cradle, the boat crew waiting anxiously at the foot of the structure. "What now?" he asked. "We need them. I say let it play out a little bit before we intervene." Monitors were tricky, from what she knew, and anything uttered would surely be heard. It was better to stay quiet for now and let them work it out. She cast a glance Horvath's way as he dipped his head. If things didn't turn around soon, then more drastic measures would have to be taken. "We have survived this long by being discreet and patient," Pyre told Veridity. "Eventually, anything that lands here either leaves or dies. That's been the way of things for so long. Let them war on the surface. The installation will repair itself. In another 100 years, there will be long and forgotten, and we will still be here." "Then give me full access to the communications network," Veridity snapped. Pyre regarded the submonitor. "Why would you need such a thing? Why do you care?" "No, permission is denied." "What do you mean, no?" Veridity asked incredulously. "The Banished have obtained access to the ring's local defenses from the Conspectus network. They have no plans to leave. And," she said, in what seemed to be hushed tone, "they have awakened the Harbinger. How can you allow..." Despondent Pyre went very still, silently regarding Veridity. "So the Harbinger is free?" "The Banished brought the Cyclics to the surface and used a human prisoner to release her," Kovan said. "They seem to be working together." A golden beam suddenly shot out of Pyre's central eye and scanned Kovan and Horvath before enveloping the submonitors, releasing them from their imposed contemplation. Apparently, it hadn't been voluntary. Pyre swept toward them, appearing to communicate orders. Almost instantaneously, they flew from the cradle and dispersed into different directions. Pyre returned to hover above the central apex of the cradle. "The Harbinger must be stopped at all costs." "Give me access to the beacon towers," Veridity implored. "Allow the humans to call for reinforcements. We must rid the installation of the Harbinger and the Banished." "It seems that we have lost control of the energy beacons," Pyre revealed, "an unfortunate result of human and Scylla's actions. However, a security override may bring one of them back online. One moment." Kovan removed Stone's data chip, intending to give it to the monitor for decryption. On it was everything Stone had copied from the stolen data streams, everything they needed to get UNSC reinforcements to the ring. "Keep it," Pyre said. "From detached to determined. It's like night and day, the change in the monitor." But Kovan certainly wasn't going to complain about it or be dismissive of its tone. After all, she could relate. There were times when intense focus took over. All of the inconsequential things were simply just brushed aside, without much thought to the delivery method. They were so close to reaching their goal, it didn't matter how the monitor was behaving, just as long as it acted. Override sequence is complete, Pyre said, as the plinth came to life. A port extended, and from it emerged a sleek two-tone data key, one half alloy, the other half hard light. You must insert the key into the central plinth within the beacon tower. Once the security override sequence is complete, adaptation protocols will instruct the beacon to send a superliminal message into human-occupied space with Installation 07's current galactic coordinates and the site's pertinent data. Excellent, Veridity exclaimed, and Kovan took the key from the port. Come on, Reclaimer friends, I will lead you to the conservatory and to the nearest beacon. Horvath started down the ramp. As Kovan followed, she paused and looked over the shoulder, giving Pyre a nod of thanks, which the monitor returned. As they joined the boat crew, Veridity was already making her way to the chamber exit. Not you, Veridity, Pyre said, but Pyre's lens brightened, and a yellow beam shot out, seizing hold of the sub-monitor. We have work to do. Horvath spun, while he still cradled his rifle versus taking aim. His stance was ready to shift at a moment's notice. She's our quick ticket out of here. Otherwise, it might take them days or weeks or even months, if Veridity was to be believed, to find their way out of the labyrinth. The Reclaimer is right, Veridity cried out, struggling and managing to break free. I am their only way out of the conservatory. Kovan's HUD lit up as unintelligible code was dumped into his internal software. A path out of the conservatory built on her display. Those directions will lead you safely out of the facility, Pyre said. If what Veridity has said about the Harbinger is true, I cannot extend any of the installation's exterior staff to assist you. Pyre turned away as Veridity was pulled back to the cradle, and the door to the chamber slid open. A pretty clear get out warning. And while the crew was looking a little baffled by these events, they ultimately knew the rest of their journey could be finished without the aid of the sub-monitor. Given what just happened, it would have to be. We have everything we need, Kovan said. Move out. Chapter 35. The Conservatory, Zeta Halo, May 14th, 2560, Day 154. Murphy kept pace behind Kovan as she led the way out of the conservatory. The path, apparently laid out by the monitor, took them to the 4-meter-wide translocation pad. As soon as Kovan stepped out, the bright surface and holographic console appeared. Can you activate it? Horvath said. Since the pad was level with the floor and barely discernible, Murphy had to grab Bender's arm and drag him within the perimeter. Hurry up, stay on the pad. He said nothing, motioning to the floor as Cam and Dimmick gathered close. Pyre provided the correct symbols. Kovan answered as shining Forerunner hieroglyphs appeared over the console. She pressed the sequence of glyphs, and a compressed slip space field generated around them. What the? Cam's eyes widened as the translucent field of energy activated. Hold on to your lunch, kids. It's about to get dicey, Horvath announced. This was going to be a bit. Vertigo sucker punched Murphy in the gut as he gripped Bender tightly, squeezing his eyes closed and gritting his teeth, every muscle in his body going tight. It was over in an instant. The miniature slip space field delivered them to another pad in Zeta Halo's translocation grid. Fresh air filled Murphy's lungs as he opened his eyes and viewed a rocky outcrop about a kilometer or two from what he guessed was the exterior of the conservatory. That was all Murphy saw before his gut wound up tight and then let loose the contents in his stomach. He dropped to one knee and puked out the entire energy bar. Oh, goddamn. Panting, he swiped his arm over his mouth and looked up to see Kovan standing at the precipice of the overlook. Horvath was bent over groaning. Dimmick sat flat on her ass, green around the gills and dazed, and Cam had fared no better, while Bender was looking at everyone with a frown on his face, oblivious to any of their pains. What the hell is wrong with everyone? He asked. Adverse effects of translocation, Horvath ground out, turning his head Bender's way. I see you're one of those annoying people not affected. Bender grinned smartly. We've got a problem, Kovan interrupted. unshouldering her rifle. "Everyone get down." The beacon lay just ahead, and it was occupied by the Banished. While the topography worked to their advantage, they took heed, hurrying off at the pad and sliding a few meters down the outcrop to find cover behind the rocks. The beacon tower soared above the trees, on an elevated platform like a sleek, etched sword blade, glinting in the fading light of the day. They had several of these towers during their time on Zeta Halo, but they were almost always populated by the Banished, being used as a makeshift garrison or lookout towers. The structure could intermittently launch a brilliant surge of blue energy from its center, disappearing somewhere in the skies above. The boat crew had usually given them a wide breadth. From their position, they could easily continue down the stony slope, cross the meadow, and enter the beacon with minimal visibility. But the site was well defended, and near enough to the conservatory that any visual contact would lead to a very loud skirmish. And that had the potential to alert the enemy and bring reinforcements to bear within minutes. Murphy could even hear the sounds, carrying across the distance, of the Banished forces building up a heavily fortified site in order to bore their way into the conservatory. There had to be hundreds of them. "This is going to be interesting," he said. "If we draw too much attention, we'll be outnumbered and outgunned on one hell of a scale." "We have to be quick about it then," Horvath said, all his focus on the beacon and the guards surrounding it. "I'm counting the odds at about 6-1. What about you?" Dimmick asked him. 10 grunts and 8 jackals on approach, guessing the same on the other side. 2 elites near the entry there, and who knows how many inside. "We need a closer look," Kovan said. They double-timed it, away from the translocation pad, heading into the trees and the larger boulders that peppered the alpine landscape behind the exposed outcroppings, making their way full circle until they were back on the wooded hillside, facing the beacon again. "That meadow is going to be an issue," Murphy thought as he hunkered down by a boulder. Camp settled beside him. "Why the hell are we always outnumbered?" the ensign said to Dimmick and Bender as they joined. "Come on now. If we were evenly matched, it wouldn't be fair," Bender grinned. "Or fun." He spat on the ground to his left and checked the chamber in his assault rifle. That ride left a weird taste in his mouth. Murphy rolled his eyes at this. "I feel for you, man, I really do." Bender chuckled as Dimmick rooted through a vest and rucksack. I've got 8 MX-10 mini bricks left, and enough grenades to make some yummy plasma sandwiches." Dimmick was fond of mixing explosives. In this case, sticking plasma grenades between 2 mini bricks. The end result, it was extremely powerful. Horvath ducked down after checking out the opposition. "I like your style." She broke into an easily disarming smile. "Just wait and see what I can do if I ever get my hands on a blow pack and a spike grenade." As soon as things got hot here, Kovan broke in. "The Banished, forced from the conservatory, will hear the commotion and send reinforcements. Could be both aerial and ground. They'll come right up that pass." She gestured behind them to the wooded ravine, a short distance to their left. "Dimmick, you and Cam place charges through that area. When the Banished fill it up, blow the whole thing to hell." "I like your style too," Horvath commented under his breath, amused. "You like anything that involves chaos," she replied. He shrugged. "The bigger the better. I'll clear the beacon. I'll clear the beacon's approach. That should give you enough distraction to get inside and access the main controls. Murphy, Bender, you make your way as close to her position as possible. Once she activates the controls, she'll be the target." "On it," Bender said. "We'll have her back." "Here, you're gonna need this." Dimmick passed Horvath her spare assault rifle, an MA-5K she'd picked up in the wreckage field of a UNSC lifeboat. "It's got 16 rounds left, and here's 30 more." she said, passing him a spare magazine. "Don't go crazy." Murphy hid his smile. He had no idea that Horvath's suit was equipped with the state-of-the-art gun control software, and as soon as he touched the rifle, all relevant information would be fed instantly to his display. He felt a little pride in her words. In the beginning of her training, he constantly had to remind them to avoid fully automatic firing options to conserve ammo. In this environment, ammo was like gold. It had to be used precisely and sparingly. "Got it," Horvath said, reaching across them to take the offerings. Murphy had every confidence that Horvath could handle the grunts and the jackals. It was the massive banished force at the conservatory that worried him. "Let's get this done quick," he said, then turned to Dimmick and Cam. "How long do you need to set up? Give us 20 minutes? They faced the enemy countless times since crashing on Zeta Halo, and he hoped it had prepared them. Murphy's gaze passed over each face. Cam, Dimmick, Bender. They'd become more to him than just friends and colleagues. They were family now. He'd looked out for them, taught them, yelled at them, and laughed and cried with them. The things they'd been through together had been extraordinary, and now the three of them were facing some pretty steep odds for the slightest chance that they might turn the tides. In all their time here, it was the best opportunity to do something bigger, something more than just being a thorn in the enemy's side. "We all know what's at stake," Murphy said, shoving down the emotion and getting his game face on. "And we might never get another chance like this, so let's make it count." He jerked his head. "Go on then." "Roger that, Lieutenant." Cam gave him and Bender a quick rifle bump before he and Dimmick set off, disappearing into the tree line. "Murphy and Bender," Kovan said, "let's get into position." And they headed out in the same direction, sticking low to the rocks as they made their way around the perimeter of the beacon, working their way closer. When Horvath started lighting things up, they'd make a run for the interior. "20 minutes later, Horvath sighted through the MA5K, Dimmick's words echoing in his head as he targeted the methane tanks of the grunts, chatting animatedly with four others around a portable shield unit at his 10 o'clock. There were 4 similar units stationed in front of the beacon's tower and 2 plasma cannons, with 2 groups of jackals lurking closer to the structure. He'd played it through his firing scenario one more time, and then said, "Look lively, folks," in the short-range comms link Kovan had given him. The armor-piercing sound cracked through the calm air, lighting up the grunt's methane tank immediately. The Spartan shifted aim across the units. 1 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 4 o'clock. 4 additional tanks blew in the blink of an eye and eliminated more than half of the grunts. The jackals dispersed, 2 jumping into the cannons, while the others engaged their point defense gauntlets, energy shields fixed to their arms, and waited for the battle to come to them. Horvath shouldered the rifle, withdrew his M6, and sprinted to the first shield unit, taking out the grunt behind it with 3 decisive headshots. "Let's go!" Kovan darted from the rocks. To keep up with her, Murphy ran as fast as his legs would carry him to the tower's base, flattening his back against it as Bender joined him. The jackals in front were pulled toward Spartan Horvath's position, allowing them to ease quietly to the console at the left of the door. As soon as Kovan accessed the console and the door slid open, they slipped inside and hurried down a long corridor that led beneath the beacon. The corridor split at its end, turning hard to the left and right, both winding back in the opposite direction. 2 elites were stationed right at the center of the juncture, red-armored enforcers by the look of them. Murphy's pulse beat widely, adrenaline kicking as he opened fire on the enforcers with the others, tagging one in the gut several times until its shield buckled and it dropped before the other rolled into the left corridor, Quickly, he lobbed a grenade down after it, the explosion lighting the enemy's shields. "Shit, it's gone stealth," Bender yelled, eyeing the disappearing enforcer while biting the tip off of a smoke canister and tossing it down the left corridor. The split path meant that any number of Banished could be on either side, waiting for them to turn the corner. "Taking the left," Kovan said, turning hard down the corridor and disappearing into the smoke to meet whatever lay within. Murphy and Bender hung right, weapons raised and ready to fire. In the corridor were two more elites, already firing pulse carbines as soon as they came into view. Their shields flickered, showing that they had absorbed a good bit of damage from Murphy's grenade and were probably disoriented. Bender took one down quickly with a headshot as Murphy dove next to the dead Sangheili enforcer, taking its mangler and firing around from the floor. The hot tungsten spike buried itself into the remaining elite's red harness and sent him off of his feet, slamming into the walls. Murphy sighted the right corridor, making sure it was clear now, and then turned back towards the left where Kovan had disappeared. A flurry of weapons fire illuminated the smoke inside of the corridor, followed by a sound of two large bodies crumpling onto the ground. Kovan's voice crackled through the comms. "I'm in at the central plinth." He had no idea what would happen when she inserted the key and the beacon began to activate. Nothing outwardly obvious, if they were lucky, but they had to assume the worst. "Hurry," Murphy said, pushing to his feet and running towards Kovan's location in at the left corridor. As they passed underneath the tower's base, vibrant blue energy roiled out of the center of the beacon. No doubt the origin of the search as the beacon launched into the sky. The corridor eventually led into another circular chamber with a cathedral-type ceiling cut through, with supports and spokes that rose to the center. Kovan was already at the plinth, staring up at the holographic interface that had manifested. Golden code written in Forerunner symbols began flowing across the translucent backgrounds. Recognizing that the Banished could easily follow them down, Murphy mentioned for Bender to take up a position and guard the right side, while he took the left. Just then, a sudden surge of energy ran through the facility, collecting in the central chamber, where a conflagration of blue began churning in a violent circular pattern. A deep groaning sound began to shake the entire structure. "Get ready," Murphy said. "There's no way anyone could have missed that. We must hold this area until the sequence completes and the message is sent," Kovan said. "Got it," Bender replied. Footsteps echoed down both corridors. "We've got more coming," Murphy said, taking aim. As soon as the first Banished soldier appeared, he started shooting. He had no idea how many there were, but he did know that as far as that position went, his own team was at an extreme disadvantage. On the flip side, they did have a Spartan in their corner, and Bender was just crazy enough to help pull this off. Murphy tossed a frag while Bender followed suit. When the dust cleared, the smoke swirled oddly. Damn it, another elite in stealth. And where there was one, there was probably more. He opened his mouth to warn Kovan, but was suddenly gripped by the neck from behind, lifted into the air, and thrown down the corridor. Bastard must have crept up on him before he threw the grenade. Murphy landed hard on his back, and the wind knocked out of him, his rifle clattering somewhere nearby. Instinctively, he rolled, seeing Kovan block an elite's attack, while the sound of Bender's weapon echoed over the din. An energy sword came out of the smoke, arcing down. Murphy scrambled out of the way, rolling onto his back and withdrawing his M6, firing, then ran towards Kovan's position. "I'm out of ammo," Bender shouted. Murphy swiped a plasma rifle off the ground and winged it across the floor at him. "Incoming!" Bender turned and snatched it, firing down the corridor. Seeing that he was down to an M6, Kovan tossed her assault rifle to Murphy as she switched to her blade and sidekick. The elite she fought suddenly disappeared as the energy rolling into the central chamber began to pulse and compress. From the left corridor, red plasma bolts streaked through the air, just missing the console. Shit, he saw it all clearly. The next round might hit the console. If they failed, then everything they'd done, everything that they'd been working through, would have been for nothing. Bender knelt, firing continuously down the corridor until a plasma round slammed into his chest plate and sent him tumbling backwards. The plasma ate through the plating as Bender frantically tried to pull it off of his armor before it went clear through and into his skin. Kovan had made it back to the console and was protecting it with her body, scanning the corridor where the stealth elite had disappeared. Murphy then saw the other elite appear in Bender's former position, taking aim with the pulse carbine, his small eyes narrowing behind his red helmet. He wouldn't miss the console this time. Murphy got to his feet and ran, leaping as high as he could, as the pulse carbine pumped out a barrage of bolts. Superheating plasma slammed into his lower chest, flipping him backwards as the energy above the chamber compressed into a single, shining pale violet beam before it shot up the central power shaft at blinding speed. Pain stole his breath away as he hit the floor, and he gasped for air, but none came in. Kovan's form appeared in his vision as he leapt over him and fired relentlessly into the elite's face until it fell dead into the floor. They'd done it. The message had been sent. That was all that mattered. Tears clouded Murphy's eyes as his insides burned, and the smell of flesh and the acrid tang of plasma filling his nose. His back screamed as he felt the plasma eat through his spine, and after all of that, all he felt was very numb and very cold. So cold, he shook all over now. Or was that the floor shaking? Yes, Dimmick's explosions. He could hear them. As Bender slid down next to him and Kovan knelt by his side, Murphy's lips twisted into a smile, and his body relaxed. He was so damn tired of fighting. So tired of pretending he didn't miss home, and that he wanted to desperately go back to autumn in Lexington. The chilly air, the crisp scent of apples, the falling leaves. He remembered it all too well, running up the hill behind his house with a bucket of paper airplanes. Chapter 36. Beacon Tower, Zeta Halo. May 14, 2560, day 154. Horvath didn't have a visual yet, but he tracked Cam and Dimmick through the display as they hauled ass towards the beacon after detonating the pass. Aerial contact, Elfie warned, as a couple of Banshees streaked overhead, laying down plasma fire. Immediately, he finished off the last jackal with a vicious twist to its thin avian neck, relieved it of its forearm shield and plasma pistol, and ran for the mounted plasma cannon. He grabbed both firing mechanisms, standing behind the cannon, and taking aim, unloading on the Banshees as they tracked overhead, taking one out while the other banked and flew out of sight. A phantom appeared next, a kilometer away, coming in low over the treetops. It slowed to a hover near the overlook that housed the translocation pad. A hulking shadow stood in its open door. Horvath's body went completely still. A brute in red Bloodstar armor jumped from the phantom and landed on the flat rocks, the sound carrying and ringing through the Spartan like a bell, the Geralhani straining to his full height, a brute shot hanging loose. In his grip, an extra ammo sling across his chest. Gorian. The murderous alien's deep, slow laughter echoed across the open space as he stared down the slope towards the beacon. Should have killed you when I had the chance. Spartan Horvath, you are in no condition to face that brute again, Fee warned. Since when did that ever stop him? Besides, he didn't have a choice. It was either fight or surrender, and he sure as hell wasn't going to surrender. Horvath turned as Bender and Kovan exited the beacon without Murphy. He knew instantly, by the pale, grim expression on Bender's face, that the lieutenant hadn't made it. It was a loss that stung hard, but there was no time to dwell on it, as Kovan tossed him a pulse carbine. Go, we'll hold them off, he said. They were in a no-win situation, Gorian bearing down on them. The Banished making their way around the detonated pass. Aerial support, at their back and call, "No mercy." Horvath nodded. "No mercy." They'd done what they'd done. They'd set out to do. Shot a warning message through the debris-littered space around Zeta Halo and out somewhere into the galaxy. The rest, taking out as many banished as they could, with as much prejudice as they could, was gravy. He shouldered the rifle and strapped on the dead jackal's energy shield. Bender tossed him the hilt of an energy sword, taken from some unlucky Singhili inside the beacon, he guessed. Horvath caught it and stuck it to his mag clamp, dipping his head in thanks, then jogging across to the edge of the meadow and up the rocky slope to meet the brute one final time. "Spartan Horvath, you are not." "Can it, Fee?" he said, slowing to a walk halfway up the slope, removing all thoughts and emotions and focusing solely on the fight ahead. The Bloodstar stared at Horvath as he approached, a wicked smile growing on his face. "You," said Gorian approvingly. "Yeah, me, still breathing." "Not for much longer, pup. You've lived only to meet the true might of my fists." The brute's lips drew back, revealing his fangs and more of his tusks. "Are you finally ready to die now?" And here I thought we had a good thing going. Horvath kept his distance, grateful for the sloping terrain and the rocks. He had to play this really smart with his armor in its present condition. One hit from Gorian's brute shot, a handheld weapon that could fire 4 powerful explosives every 3 seconds, and it'd be game over. The weapon wasn't known for great aim, so he'd use that to his advantage, along with the environment and his all-around superior intellect. Gorian would no doubt put all of this focus on one thing, killing the Spartan, while Horvath would think smarter. Baby steps. Horvath aimed the carbine and rapidly fired pulse after pulse, targeting the brute's armor and forcing the shield to recoil and overload. What ensued was a cat-and-mouse game, as each brute shot grenade slammed into the rocks and exploded way too close for comfort. A few times Horvath went airborne, but was up and running, dodging and firing on the Bloodstar's armor. But he was running out of places to hide. Kovan watched as a terror wraith emerged from the debris, clouded pass hovering low over the ground, its menacing, 8-bladed front bearing down on Cam and Dimmick as they raced towards the beacon. Kovan swung around the mounted cannon that Horvath had vacated and fired at the single pilot, but the Wraith was well armored and its gravity propulsion engine was nimble. Dimmick and Cam separated as banished infantry emerged from the trees around the pass. A Thrasher missile shot up from the growing banished force, surging up the pass. "Missile incoming," she shouted into the comms as Cam veered left, the first Wraith still on his tail. "Bender the Wraith," she yelled into the comms as she aimed the mounted cannon to the sky and began firing, hoping to hit the missile before it struck. A horrified shout echoed in her earpiece. Kovan turned to see Cam across the field, his body prone behind the retreating Wraith. As Bender ran out into the open, firing a plasma pistol he'd picked up from one of the jackal corpses, he launched himself into the vehicle, wedging the pistol into a narrow breach in its armor and firing close range at the pilot. One of Kovan's shots streaked into the missile as it descended, igniting it over their heads, the massive concussive shock shoving her and everything else into the ground. Kovan lay still for a few seconds, stunned, lines skating across her HUD. Debris pinged her armor as she pushed up and took stock, immediately seeing Dimmick's face down and unmoving at the edge of the field. Bender was on the ground next to the Wraith, struggling to rise to his hands and his knees. Kovan ran to him. "Bender, I'm good." She hurried behind the Wraith to Cam's location. She knew he was dead before she even got close, but she grabbed him by the back of his collar and dragged him towards the facility, laying him behind one of the energy shields. When Kovan turned to get Dimmick, she was gone. Still alive, at least. Before she could search, a plasma mortar struck the ground nearby, driving her back towards the beacon, as 3 jackal squads and a band of elite mercenaries led by Jaeger alumni, surged from the pass. By Horvath's count, Gorian had 3 shots left, one hitting the rock in front of the Spartan before he had a chance to dive, sending him off of his feet and slamming into a nearby boulder and breaking it apart. He lay, bent on the ground, trying to catch his breath and make his body move. He lifted his head as gravel tumbled down the slopes, and the sounds of Gorian's footsteps grew louder. As he went to roll to his feet, his gaze collided with Dimmick. What the hell was she doing here? She was crouched behind the rocks along the tree line. Blood was smeared on the right side of her face and arm, and her skin was ashen, eyes wide with shock. Slowly, she held up a spike grenade. Hope shot like lightning through Horvath's veins, and she reached out her hands and knees and laid the explosive device on the stones. Suddenly, she whipped her head around, as though she heard something behind her, took one last look at him, and then fled. Spurred by her courage, Horvath forced himself up and ran a blazing path down and then around and in between the rocks, coming back up the other side of the slope and circling around Gorian. The brute noticed and merely laughed, heading back towards the top of the slope. "Tired yet, pup?" he called out, his voice dripping with arrogance. As Horvath reached the overlook, the brute shot sang out, forcing him to dive onto his belly as the projectile flew overhead. His hand snaked out and he grabbed the handle of the spike grenade, surging up and running across the flat rock, drawing Gorian to fire again. The brute just missed him. Horvath leapt off of the overlook. The last grenade from the brute shot passing below his armpit as he twisted his body in midair and flung the spike grenade towards Gorian's feet. The grenade stuck to the rock almost between his legs, instantly arming on impact. The grenade exploded as Horvath hit the slope and rolled. It wouldn't be enough to kill the Geralhani, but the brute's shields would pay the price, and a few errant shards might do some well-deserved damage. At least now they would be on a level playing field. As soon as he found his footing, he was up and running back up to the overlook, only to glimpse Dimmick pinned down behind a tree. His display showed 2 jackals trying to flank her position. With extreme speed, he pulled the carbine, aimed for the head, and fired consecutive bursts at each Kikyar. They dropped as Horvath tossed the hot, unvented carbine, intended to take the enemy's weapons. But at that moment, Gorian reached to the overlook. Horvath turned as the brute charged. The energy sword that Bender had tossed him earlier was still magnetically attached to his Mjolnir. He grabbed the hilt as the brute's massive shoulder drove into his gut. Lifting him high, Horvath punched the hilt into the side of Gorian's ribcage and fired it up. The blade slid easily through the bones and the tissue and organs and came out the opposite side of his ribcage. "Your mistake was letting me live," Horvath ground out as the brute's momentum slammed him down onto the translocation pad. He knew his opponent was dead when the Geralhani released a long, audible breath and settled about 700 kilograms of dead weight on top of him. Barely able to catch his breath and pinned against the translocation pad, Horvath had a clear view of the beacon and of Dimmick scrambling down the slope to join Spartan Kovan and Bender. His heart sank as a round from approaching enemy forces slammed into her shoulder. She fell and rolled as Bender ran to her aid. While his lungs burned and his strength was waning, he shoved the massive brute corpse off of him as a hum went through his body. Spartan Horvath, the translocation pad is... Disbelief flew through him as he scrambled to free himself while a slip-space field materialized around him. No, goddammit. He bellowed furiously, but it was already too late. He was swept away from the battlefield. Chapter 37. The House of Reckoning, Zeta Halo, May 15th, 2560, Day 155. Lucas sank into the back corner of the gravity lift, hiding behind Iticus and Chaklock. as the lift rose to the 4th level to deposit them in the care of the waiting Sangheili guards. The guard was always there, minding the way to the Harbinger's quarters. As soon as Iticus's massive hand hauled him up and pushed him out, Lucas's panic reached an all-time high. His entire body rattled and his legs gave out, leaving him trembling, limp on the floor. "How long has the human been this way?" Chak, the elite asked. "A matter of days," Chaklock replied. It seems their feeble minds cannot contain the power of her words. "Closed space, off limits," Lucas found himself saying. Involuntarily. Still there. They were still there, the only ones. "You should feel honored, human," Chaklock said. "The truth has apparently set you free. Price paid, sentence given. We never knew. So old, so far." He couldn't stop the words, the rambling, the shaking. Bring him to her chambers. She has more to tell him, if his mind can last. Lucas flinched. Then he smiled as Iticus grabbed his arm and jerked him up. "They sound so stupid. If only they knew. Their ridiculous, stupid babble coming out of their stupid alien mouths compared so very little to her." Laughter bubbled up his dry throat, but it never made it past his vocal cords because they were already in use, always repeating. He couldn't stop himself. That which should not be forgotten had to remember it. Had to, always, or else. Price paid. Price paid. Price paid. Never knew. Never knew. His feet barely touched the ground as he moved forward, like a ghost. He was moving down the corridor, going on the walk, always the same. 56 steps. That's all it took. 56 steps to hell. Hell wasn't in some faraway, abstract place or in another religiously defined dimension. It was right here, on this ancient construct, on the halo, right down the hall. Only 56 steps away. That's it. Simple, he laughed. And then he cried. The laughter always brought the sour tang of tears to the back of his throat and a dry, dehydrated burn to his eyes. Every time he laughed, the sane part of him knew he was losing his mind. At 20 steps, the fear began like clockwork, and he started to struggle. Always at 20, not one step before and not one step after. No turning back, no turning back now. Down the corridor, and they were at the door, just like that. Simple. See, it's not far. Not far at all. The door slid open. He was released and poked in the back hard enough to make him stumble inside. And then the door slid closed in a sweeping, sinister whisper that announced his arrival. The Banished were never allowed inside during their time together. Just him and her, the Harbinger. That hideous thing had worked her way into his brain with her silky words, gently poking and prodding until he caved and let them in, to burrow inside of him, all the way in, nestled down deep. Those words. And the terrible tale. Never forget the terrible tale. Each word spoken, every syllable uttered, was a prick, a bloodletting, until Lucas was bloated and choking on words, until they spilled out of his mouth as numbers. 424100221. The Harbinger was there by the window, always by the window. Her lifeless black gaze bored into him, shiny like two polished stones, assessing, judging, calculating. Was she proud of him? Pleased, even? Do you see why this must be done? Her attention shifted to the door beyond which Iticus and the warden waited. Oh, she didn't like them. He understood that much. These primitives, these Banished. He didn't like them either. Oh God, she was coming closer. We both have watched our worlds crumble under the instruments of Forerunner arrogance. He trembled so hard his teeth vibrated together now. She hovered so close. He could reach out and touch her. Not that he'd ever. Your kind were once their rivals, she said thoughtfully. A long time ago. With a sigh, she moved away and let loose a shaky breath. You were spared and forgiven, a luxury not afforded to us, to those they could not control. Humanity was the culmination of their final plan. But plans change. Her long pause made him look up, and he instantly regretted it, because she was once again in front of him, smiling with a certainty that brought a chill to his bones. We are returning. Chapter 38. Zeta Halo, May 18th, 2560, day 158. They'd arrived on the edge of a ledge poised above a deep gorge 4 days ago. Warm wind blew in from the far valley, where a large storm cell churned slowly, green lightning flashing from deep inside the gray mass. Kovan's heavily damaged helmet and Mjolnir armor plates lay in a heap beside her. Jesus Christ, Bender grunted, wincing as he and Dimmick hefted her backplate out of the emergency release attachment. Just lift it out of its lock and ease it down, Kovan instructed, sitting on a low rock as they stood behind her. And then I can reach around and grab it. You do realize it weighs 1,000,000 kilos, Dimmick said as she and Bender lifted in unison. And I'm working with one good arm here. A click indicated the Mjolnir plate had freed from the dented lock. You got it? The two huffed and strained behind her, letting the plate down slowly and awkwardly until Kovan could twist her body and grab it, using her enhanced strength to help ease it the rest of the way off the ground. They had spent the better part of these 4 days mending wounds and repairing equipment, her armor easily being the most damaged and most challenging to rectify. Some of her plating could be removed and reconfigured in the field to accommodate for the damage it had taken, but the sheer weight of each piece and the complexity of the process was a severe limitation without the correct equipment. Thanks, she said, watching Dimmick limp towards the downed tree and sit down wearily on its trunk. She seemed to be doing better after the battle at the beacon tower. Kovan had treated the plasma wound to her shoulder and a few other superficial wounds with biofoam. Bender, still standing behind Kovan, was nursing a nasty stab wound to his side, a broken nose and a couple of cracked ribs. She often thought about the day they'd sent the message. Despondent Pyre's key had caused the beacon to function as a superliminal communications array. Their message to humanity had been sent, but she didn't like to dwell on Murphy having to die in order to see it through. Didn't like to remember Cam dead on the ground, or looking up from the battle to see dozens of banished closing in on the three of them, or Horvath and Gorian going down on the translocation grid, and not knowing which one had won the fight, or where Horvath had ended up. All she knew was that as soon as Horvath vanished, a Thrasher missile obliterated the translocation pad and a large portion of the outcrop, turning it into rubble and eliminating any possibility of returning to the future, in the future, to the access pad, and find out where on the ring Horvath had been deposited. Kovan had kept firing and swinging for as long as her body had been able to. When all the ammunition was gone, when her armor began to fail, when there didn't seem to be any hope left, she still fought. And that bastard Jaeger Dumni just watching it all as he directed his forces towards the beacon. She knew in that moment the crushing feeling of defeat, of not being able to avenge Stone or protect what was left of the boat crew. Until the sub-monitor, that small orb of gray alloy and blue light, came barreling up the pass, focused beam raging from her lens, and everything faded away into the black. Viridity had somehow escaped Pyre's reach and come to their aid, right when everything was closing in all around them. She had miraculously retrieved and delivered them, well, somewhere on the ring. Where exactly, Kovan had no idea. Here, eat this. An energy bar appeared overhead, dangling in front of her face. Kovan had it, As Bender came around and eased himself into a stiff leaning position against the rocks, she could relate to his pained expressions. She was broken and bruised and feeling every ounce of the pain that came with her injuries, but none of it mattered. She would heal, her augmentations giving her that advantage at least. Recovery for her companions, however, would take far longer. "You think she'll ever come back?" Dimmick asked, watching the storm start to roll across the Green Valley. "Who, Veridity?" "I don't know. Right now, the sub-monitor was probably back at the cradle arguing with Despondent Pyre about what their next move should be. Or she was out there going rogue, helping to thwart the Banished, like they'd been doing from day one, and Kovan hoped would soon do it again. Are we going to be able to put her back together?" Bender asked, referencing the black tech garb that all the Spartans wore beneath their Mjolnir, and the ultra-dense plates spread across the ground. "Yeah, it won't be easy, but we'll manage. We have to." "You think it worked? The message?" Bender asked, turning his face to the summery wind blowing in from the storm. Kovan drew in a deep breath and released it, pondering the question. They'd sent it. Had sacrificed so very much to do so. But the rest was up to chance. The message might travel straight through human-occupied space and out the other side, never having pinged a single relay grid or been picked up by a friendly colony or allied civilization. It all might have been for nothing. But she had to believe that someone somewhere would receive it. And she just prayed they knew what to do with it. Without that, there was a good chance they'd never get off of this ring alive. "Whatever the case," Kovan said, massaging the tendons in his sore wrist, "we should focus on surviving, healing, and getting our bearings." "And then what?" Dimmick said. One possibility she'd been thinking about for days stood out. "There's still another one of us out there, from the boat crew alive." Both heads turned sharply in her direction. "Lucas." Kovan nodded. "There was one place the Banished kept long-term prisoners. What do you say we liberate the tower?" A slow, slightly maniacal smile spread across Bender's face. "I knew there was a reason I liked you, Kovan." "Yeah," Dimmick's eyes grew glassy and utterly resolute. "Yeah, we're in. All in, like always." Chapter 39, Zeta Halo, May 25th, 2560, Day 165. 11 days had passed since the translocation pad tossed Horvath along with Gorian's dead body onto an exposed, snow-swept side of a partially collapsed mountain facility, somewhere very far away from the beacon. As soon as he had extricated himself, Horvath stood over the Geralhani, thinking of Oni Agent Kate stalling, and then placed his boot on the body and shoved it over the edge and out into the thin mountain air. He'd watched the brute drop through layers of puffy clouds before disappearing. Good riddance, finally. If only it had happened sooner. As Horvath straightened, the world had stretched and tipped, and he slumped back onto the ground to the sound of Elfie listing his injuries. Broken ribs, plasma burns to your back, left hand, elbow. And then he'd fallen into unconsciousness. Without his Mjolnir armor and physical augmentation, he would surely have died of exposure. Lying half comatose, mostly from exhaustion, from a day before he came to again. Since then, it had taken him nearly a week to slowly navigate the broken, snowy peaks, and then a few more days to descend the edge of the mountainous terrain. Finding the crash site was something of a surprise. A shuttle from the Infinity, by the looks of it, which had slammed into a slope, leaving no survivors. But there was a week's worth of water and rations, and weapons. He'd sleep for a few hours in the shadows of the burned fuselage, then ate one of the MREs, simply labeled sandwich. A tasteless slab of meat between two thin pieces of bread, but better than nothing. eyeing the expansive view from his lofty perch. Below was a high-altitude plateau, cold, windswept, and barren. There'd be no cover there, but the bit of camouflage canopy he'd found in the wreckage would come in handy to keep wrapped around his shoulders, something to sink under that should he need to. There were times he started to feel claustrophobic, very brief thoughts of wanting to get out of his failing armor, before things completely shut down and he became trapped. Those dark thoughts seemed to evaporate as soon as they appeared, but it did leave him wondering and worried. The last thing he needed was to start getting inside of his own head and giving those whispering, lingering ideations more attention. He had to focus on the job at hand, rejoining the fight, finding his team, hell, anyone. There had to be other survivors somewhere beyond the section of this ring, beyond the banished outposts. If he made it across the barren plateau and up to the next mountain pass, he was sure there was something on the other side. He'd seen a few banished aircraft far in the distance over the last few days, going that way, enough to feel certain. He tipped his head to the whitewashed sky, scratching his skin through his beard with the tip of his combat knife. As snow flurries fell and the cold wind whipped his dark hair and flapped the canopy behind him, he wondered how far their desperate message had to soar, how many star systems separated them from humanity and from the UNSC. For a long moment he studied the view, scanning, planning his route, then drew in a deep breath and started his daily transmission on another time-cycling channel that he hoped would evade enemy notice. To any UNSC personnel in range, this is Spartan Thomas Horvath, Fireteam Intrepid, and I appear to be alone, once again. What else was new? I'm heading up spin beyond the reach of the banished to search for survivors for my fire team. I don't know what else to do. The silence on UNSC channels is not encouraging, but I will be listening, watching, and surviving. He liked to think that somewhere on Zeta Halo, Intrepid Commander Palmer, Captain Lasky, and a massive number of Spartans and Marines were currently grinding the banished into the ground. That they knew about the existence of the Harbinger and that Escharum was close to finding the monitor of the ring. Infinity had been full of crew members and held the largest division of Spartans on record, including Blue Team and the living legend himself, the Master Chief. If there was anyone who could turn the tide, it was Sierra 117. Horvath opened his channel again on the smallest chance it might be heard. "Chief, if you can hear this," he said, "we need you." Now more than ever. With that, he rose, stowed his supplies in a salvaged rucksack, and tied the canopy over his shoulder. He leaned down and grabbed his helmet and slid it over his head, pausing to gaze at the landscape spread out below him, his own plea echoing in his head and tightening in his chest. We need you now more than ever. That's the end of the book. And we're out of music, so that works for me. We'll get the new book. I asked my wife to pick it up when she's out today, so that that will hopefully happen. You guys won't actually get to read next week because my wife informed me that next week is Christmas already, and I'm still not done finishing my shopping yet, which frustrates me a lot. But you know, it happens.
Hello there.
Mini Man at this book is amazing. What a crazy ending, right? Come on, Xbox app. I'm trying to get the Xbox app to do its thing here so we can start playing some Halo. You know, check up on the chat here in just 1 second. Let's see, what did I miss? Yeah, both the stream rewards are a little bit more expensive. Thank you, Larry, for the sub. Are you home today? Are you still watching? Or were you able to go back to work? Trump just reclassified the devil's lettuce. That's interesting. Hey, Shakem Keem. Thanks for following, buddy. Welcome to the awesome. I'm Spartan John, and I hope you're enjoying what we're doing today. We're just reading. Well, we're gonna play some Halo here in a second, but we just finished the Rubicon Protocol, and you can go back on YouTube and listen to it all if you're interested. If that's something you'd like to do, I'm sure I have a link for that. Give me a second. YouTube. There you go. You can find it right there. If you're not on YouTube already watching and subscribing, and you can go and listen to all of the books we've read. We've read whole bunch of the Halo books. I think that was like I'm gonna say that's the seventh, the eighth one maybe. I mean, there's 20 some odd books to read, but we've been cranking through them pretty at a pretty decent amount of time. There's only it technically was 8 episodes. It's like 7, but episode 5 happened twice because the internet was bad. It like died, and then we had to restart. The mess, and because of that, sometimes we miss pages, like 50 of them apparently on Glasslands. We have to go back and check. I thought I read that whole damn thing, but maybe we just missed it. I'll have to go back and see. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. But hey, cool stuff, huh? Alright, check it out. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna turn on my heart rate monitor. I'm gonna go reboot my coffee. We're gonna talk about the book. Yeah, we'll talk about the book for a minute. I'll hop in the Discord with all of our friends, and that's gonna be awesome. It'll be really cool. Just give me 2 minutes to do that. What's your favorite Halo book, Spartan John? Let me think about that. Give me 2 minutes to reboot my coffee, and we'll talk about it when I come right back. Hold on a second. I have returned. Okay. I have returned. Thanks for waiting for me to go and get some more coffee so we could continue to have this conversation and hang out today. Um, I believe if I was to give you my favorite book upon some reflection so far, I think that the fall of Reach is so uh the amount of loss, the direness that they, what the things that the picture that they paint is something that I was thinking about as we were finishing the book today. Is that, again, this is another one of those moments in the Halo universe where humanity is like just fucked. Like, you have it seemingly always against the wall, back against the wall. You know, they meet the Covenant. The Covenant go all the way to Earth and fuck on Earth, right? Reach falls, like, you know, it's interesting that they consider Reach the biggest, most important planet in the universe at the time, for humanity. Even though Earth is the homeworld of humanity. Well, resettled homeworld. So this is just really interesting when you think about that and how they, how they paint that picture, and so then you understand how strategically important, not just strategically, but I would say culturally important, if you want to consider the humanity a culture. I don't. I mean, there's maybe a better word for that, but I just think it's interesting. Reach had more resources, and it's fair. But you'd always hope that the birth of humanity would, you look at other science fiction with humans, and Earth is usually the cradle, or that thing. Anyway, it's just interesting to me. So, but I thought that book, that The Fall of Reach, was probably one of my favorite books. All of the all of the all of the Kilo 5 books I thought were really good. Um, I would say that every book that I've read so far, if I'm honest, in the Halo franchise has been good. I would say that there are some very frustrating things that the writers do that I don't like, that makes the books harder to read. Um, for instance, what is it? First Strike has all of these, like, symbols. They look like little, like, galaxies that spin instead of chapters. Like, it has chapters, but then instead of breaking it up into chapters, it has these little symbols, and those symbols, like, signify a change in perspective, or a change in scene, change in setting. It's almost written like cutscenes for a movie, or for a cutscenes for a um or a game. And so it's very, the way that they broke it up was very not great. Drove my brain crazy. But Reach is like the UK is to America. Interesting. I mean, I guess it would make sense when you really think about it. Because the current theory in science is that eventually our Earth will no longer be inhabitable because our sun will begin to grow. And as our sun begins to grow, it will make Earth unstable for plant life and human beings to live because the temperatures will change. At least that's the theory. Now, we assume that none of that shit will happen. Um, for like thousands of years, right? But it's going to eventually happen. So I guess that I just need to get used to the idea that Earth is not always going to be the center of the universe. Not that it was, but you know. Anyway. Hey Siri, text Elena one.
What would you like to say to Lena?
Babe, I need you to consider taking Jack with you this evening because you're crossing the bridge and you and the kids can finish your Christmas shopping.
He said, I need you to consider taking Jack with you this evening because you're crossing the bridge and you and the kids can finish your Christmas shopping. Send it?
Send it. Sorry, my wife is the only person that gets priority over the awesome, and she texted me. I said yesterday that she accepted a job at the post office, and she went in today for a meet and greet and a thing, and she's just texting me and telling me that everything was awesome, and that yeah, cool stuff. Hey Kevin, welcome. How are you?
Oh, I'm getting by.
You got anything to add to my ramblings at the end of the Halo book?
Not really.
Oh, I was gonna say that it's cool that they sent a message for all that that's worth. I'm curious why we don't hear about that in the game.
That message.
Huh?
I'm sorry.
The message that they send from the tower at the end of the book. You know, before they wrap it up a little bit at the end and kind of pin where everybody went and finish it off in that last chapter, they're talking about that message that they fought so hard to send to Earth or to human space. And you don't know about it really. You don't hear about it in the game, at least not that I remember. So I think it's interesting that that they sent a message. So we don't know where Infinity is still. We don't.
Correct.
And we've sent a message now to humans. So they know where the ring is at. And yet, what day do you wake up as the Master Chief?
Master Chief was in space for about 6 months.
Right. Well, we finished on day 165. So if the Master Chief is in... So, I'm just curious exactly how many months... I want to Google this. Google.
I'm not sure how long the message will take to get to Earth. Did they say? I forgot. It's been a while since I listener read the book.
It was a superluminal message, right? So it's gonna go through slip space or whatever. It's gonna be like, I'm assuming it's gonna be damn near instantaneous. But that doesn't matter. How long it takes for them to get it doesn't really matter. It's how long will it take for humanity to have something to travel to wherever that the ring went? How long does that take? You know?
There's also that, because like certain distances, like you need like it's the reason like getting to the Ark, you have to have the the super gate.
Well, it just says 6 months. It doesn't have like a number of days. Is the common consensus is 6 months is what it was. I don't think it gives an exact day. So if we say 6 months, that's 180 days, right?
Yeah.
Approximately. So the chief floats for 180 days. We finished the book at 165. So the chief is not found for an additional 15 days after the book ends. And by that time, they've already drilled into the conservatory, right? By that time, because you go into it in the game. So, okay. And then how many days are you on the ring as the chief from the beginning of the game to the end? How long does Halo Infinite take in game time or in lore time?
I'm not quite sure.
I'm going to ask Google. How long does Halo Infinite take?
I think it's 3 days for when he disappears and he reappears
At the end of the game.
at the end of the game. Few things have transpired.
Everybody's like, how long does it take to beat the game? That's not what I want to know. How long is the campaign? No, no! I want to know how many days pass in the campaign.
Halo Infinite timeline.
That's a good call. That's a good call. Okay, here we go. The game is set. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't give me a... Well, anybody out there in the world could tell us. That would be great, because this is not helpful. I just want to know how many days passed. So, like, how, like, at the end of the campaign, at the end of the cutscene, what day in the year are we? Anyway. Did you enjoy the book today? The book reading?
Are you asking me?
Yep.
Yeah, sure. I don't
Fair
really
enough.
listen, John.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
I mean, I tune in for the start, and like, okay, yeah, he's reading a book. Okay, come back in 2 hours, and in about 2 hours, when I see you're putting down the book, I jump back on.
That's fair. I don't blame you, especially if you've heard all the books. Have you finished the new book yet?
No, I just started it. It's only like 9 hours. It's kind of a short one for audiobook.
This one was short too.
Yeah. I usually, it's something I like to listen to when I donate. So I usually eat it off at about, an hour at a time.
Gotcha. Well, for everybody that was following along, yesterday my Stream Deck was broken. I had to do everything with the mouse and the OBS software. I fixed it. Yay! Go us! You excited for the Seahawks game, Kevin?
You know my answer.
No. He ain't. Does anyone know, if I click end stream on YouTube, will it end everywhere? Because I'm not clicking end stream in OBS. I'm not going to mess with it right now. I'll let it ride. But it's a real question. All right. Oh my God. Hi, Joy. Joy is on a 30 stream watch streak. Can you believe that, Kevin?
It's a few.
Well, we're going to play some attack now, Kevin, so be ready to get sweaty.
Does your wife actually start? Or has she?
They gave her a tentative start date. She was just texting me about that now. She went in and sat down with the office today with the lady, learned about how they schedule, learned about the schedule, how they do it in the city that she's gonna work in. And she texted me back and was like, I was so worried about all of these things, and as soon as I talked to these ladies about what's actually gonna happen, like, she was like, I got to meet the scheduling lady and all this. She was like, it should not be bad at all. As a matter of fact, she feels so confident that she said she's going to stay full-time for the last quarter of college so she can just get it done. And that was one thing she was worried about, was working so much overtime and that she wasn't going to be able to finish her college degree. So, yeah, I'm happy. That's cool. I told her, I'm like, if you're happy, I'm happy. That, yeah, that's big. It's a big deal. Mm-hmm. They said tentatively the 10th of January, I guess, to answer your question. And then she'll have a couple of weeks of training before she starts.
Well, the training is paid, right?
It is, yeah. All paid for, yeah. She said she's got like a mail truck driving course she has to take. Bunch of stuff. And I don't think that she's gonna do any sorting. She just is gonna show up, grab her box. I think she might have to sort, like, every mail person has their own, like, sorting thing, so she might do a little bit of sorting, like, on the truck or whatever, but she's gonna walk. She'll be a walking mail person, so she's really excited because she says her butt is gonna look amazing. I'm okay with that. Why would I be upset? My wife wants to be a mail lady and be in the best shape of her whole life and wear a little male uniform. Male uniform. MAIL. Yeah. She male lady uniform, whatever. Anyway. Postal woman. That's very, very awesome. The only thing that she said, she was like, I'm kind of bummed because I went to college and I'm going to finish this degree. And she's like, and I'm going to work in a job that I don't even really need a degree to work in. And she felt kind of bad about that. And I was like, well, there's nothing wrong with personal enrichment. And I'm like, and at the end of the day, it provides you with an alternative degree program and work that you could fall back on if the post office doesn't work out. Can't imagine it wouldn't. Everybody is going to need mail always, forever. So,
welcome to the current social, economical, technological thing of lots of people go to college and rack up a lot of money in
that's right.
debt just to have a degree that means absolutely nothing in actually making money back in the field they went for.
That's correct. And you could go to a trade school and immediately make money where you spent your money. And a lot of trade schools are paid for by the unions that are the trades that you're going to school for. So there's that too.
Trade schools are mostly based around placement. So unlike colleges, they won't take your money unless they have good placement numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Colleges will sell you whatever they can. And they really don't care about what happens to you afterwards.
That's not wrong. Hey, Jimmy, how was date night last night? I haven't seen Jimmy this morning.
I went to a trade school, and then they had a deal worked out with the local community college. That if you did the trade school, you got X number of credits, and then you could take a few classes and get a degree.
Gotcha. Yeah. There he is. There's Jimmy. He says, kill them all. How's work today, Jimmy? How's that snow? Did you have to go out and shovel snow this morning? Was it cold? The cold snow.
Wouldn't it be wrong if it was warm snow?
Oh, could you imagine? Jimmy awakes. There's frost on his beard and his mustache from the heater being off at night so he can save several pennies to help his family be happy during Christmas. He shivers as he crawls out of bed and puts on his robe and slips his feet into his slippers and stumbles down the stairs towards the front door, knowing that he's going to have to go out and shovel the snow. But today is different. He goes outside, and although it's frozen outside, the snow feels warm on his legs and his feet. In confusion, Jimmy pees right down the side of his leg, and the day is ruined. Or maybe it's not.
Then it's
Tell us about
yellow
it, Jimmy.
Warm snow.
Oh, God.
This is an odd.
Odd tack. Yeah, you usually
Yeah.
don't get this one on Tack Slayer, do you? No eyes. I'm moving through the cave right side. Flaming pile of excrement. No snow yet. I got woken up at midnight to my child. Ruined.
Bunker.
Bunker. You're the one that the child that has the fidgeting thing.
One up here. One in the cave.
Just peeled the screen completely. One in the cave, Roger. Just broke the screen completely. Yowzers. It's an iPhone, isn't it?
Spawned in base.
Jimmy, I got a
Double kill. Triple kill.
There's one over there. I got no shot at him. Yep, that one. Hey, I got a phone. There's a couple of phone ideas I have for you to help. There is a really cool phone.
Cave.
Oh no.
Out in the center. Out in the center.
He spilled water on his phone. Told no one. Let it dry.
Bunker. Bunker. I think.
Bunker, Roger.
2 in cave side. Invis cave. 2 in invis cave.
Oh, Roger, 2 in. Yep, I just got killed by one. That's a bummer, Jimmy. I'm spawned in, Green Cave. Are they in the base now? They must be in the base now.
No. Holy.
You are so much better than them.
One on me, one on me. Yeah, they're in the base, in the base. We got a bot. Killed one behind the base where the ghost spawns. I got no eyes. I've spawned down where the mutie is.
One over in the base here. Center. On me, on me.
On you, Roger. I opened the pillbox. Dude keeps standing at the pillbox, and I think that is hilarious because he's just standing in there, and I've hit him. I've killed him twice in that pillbox.
Gain the lead. Boom Legion.
Over by rocket spawn now. At least one.
bunker, I think.
Yeah, he just dropped in and got coiled. I unfortunately died at the same moment that he got coiled because I coiled him and died, but it was great. Invis Cave 1. Oh, and yeah, up there by our teammate. Got killed as soon as I spawned. It was tasty. Tasty, tasty. Bitch.
I think over here. Over
Yep,
here.
2 inside of our building, yep. I just killed the one on the left so I could get hosed by the 2 on the right.
Yeah, one here.
30, gang.
Lost the lead.
Dude, my ping is 16 today. It's the lowest it's ever been. That's crazy. Crazy good ping.
Over by the rocket turret in the back of the base. I
Rocket
spawned
turret,
all
right.
the way far end.
Yep, me too. I'm down at the creek. Hey, you fucking milkshake. You watching today? My 16 ping stuck at 60 frames. Fuck. Yep, one there. They're in the base, all of them. We're down now, down 4. I spawned in the base. Interesting. Ma.
In the bunker, in the bunker.
Yes. Yeah, bunker side where the pipe is. 3. Down 6, 9 to lose. Mostly my fault. No eyes. I'm in bunker bottom.
Oh, 2 on me in there.
Roger, 2
Pipe,
in there.
pipe.
2 in the
pipe
pipes,
room.
Roger, 2 in the pipes.
Hey, nice shot. 5 minutes remaining.
I heard somebody run by me just now.
On.
No eyes. Oh, one outside, one out front, out front, out front. I'm down, he got me.
They might
One on my
spawn
X
below
inside
us.
of the pillbox. Inside of the pillbox.
Defeat.
Fun manner. Not our fault. We had a quitter and a joiner and I donated 15 bodies. It's 100% my fault. I redact that previous statement. It was my fault, all my fault. I'm sorry it was my fault. Let's try that again and not suck this time. How about that?
That's your first game, so.
Now drink
Yeah, I know it was.
your drink.
I mean, I went positive, and it was my first game, but I realized, you know, it still was the first game.
I see. You talking shit, Kevin? Is that what you're trying to do right now? I see.
No, I was just stating it was your first game.
Yeah, where were you during the tournament? Oh, not playing. No, I'm just kidding, Kevin. I'm just kidding. It was my first game. You're right. You did better than me. Not fair. It's okay. What do you have for dinner today, Kevin? Do you know yet?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Prep some stuff. I was gonna maybe make something that I don't usually make.
Salisbury steak.
I was going to try a bacon cheeseburger onion wrap.
Oh. Onion wrap. You're gonna use the onion as a wrapper?
Yes.
Tactical Slayer.
Some cheese, a bunch of onion. You bake it into like a sheet, and then you put your ingredients in it, and you roll it, and it's like a burrito or a like an egg roll.
Oh. Alright.
Old school simplicity. More kills, more better.
One here. They're going towards Red Tower. Oh shit, two over here.
Gain the lead.
Two at garden, one at garden now, one, I killed one.
Enemy shield down.
Sock him, got him.
One still up. Okay.
They're going to red, Oh yeah.
Stay mobile.
There's one going to man cannon,
Why is it everybody's call tags ... now?
Maybe your shit's broken? Damn, two down by me.
I got two.
Heard. Oof.
Hey, nice shot.
Oh, one on me.
On you, Roger.
Up. To your right.
Great call, Kevin. Great call. No eyes. Ooh, one on me.
Keep your head down.
Still one. Your teammate couldn't get him either. Interesting.
One on me.
Roger, no eyes. He's got to be guard.
I don't know.
He got to be guarding. They're pushing our teammate. Two down here. Two down.
Double kill.
Oh, one up. Two on me.
Two on you, Roger.
Critical says.
Another one.
Yeah, I got him. Two down. I'm dead. One on my X now at office building. He's inside. He's inside that room. Yeah. I'm at garden
Damn
now.
it. Missed him.
I'm at garden.
Got him.
Halfway to victory.
They're gonna be by jump cannon.
Okay.
Boom Legion.
Oh, what? Garden. They're spawning at garden. Two at garden. Two. I'm down. One's going to red. One's coming to the stairs.
Enemy shields down.
One coming up, man cannon.
One on me, one on me.
Oh, you are so much better than them.
Ooh, one at stairs, one still at stairs, one. One's still on, behind the office, whatever building that is up there, the red building.
Overkill.
Nice job, Kevin.
Oh, one got me here.
That's called flowers.
On me, on me.
On you, Roger. No wise.
Oh, top, top.
Roger.
Two top. One bottom.
Two top, one bottom, Roger.
Boom, Legion.
Two dead right here. There's one in the flowers.
Nearing victory.
Careful. Nobody's up there. No eyes.
Damn it. In between.
Mm-hmm.
He's on me, on money.
On the stairs, okay. Damn, I'm down two.
Oh, you are so much better than them.
Still in flowers, one.
5 minutes remaining.
Boom, Legion.
Still one in flowers.
Victory.
Nice. Good job, Kevin. Nice job. We have no challenges or anything. And you're a hero, so this is it. We're just playing whatever we want now.
I know. What the applied score pops screen pops up and is 0.
Right? It's like, what are we playing for? Give us something to play for, Halo. Give us more content. Please.
I don't know. I think we're kind of spoiled, actually.
Really?
Yeah. Tell you the truth.
4K. What? Tell me why. Why 4? Why do you think we're spoiled? I'm gonna listen to you for a moment.
Because people always think you got to play towards something instead of just playing the game to play the game.
I mean,
Why do you need?
fair.
I mean, other Halos that you know, there's been a lot. Sure, you can buy a lot, but there's also been a lot you could earn in this. And I mean, do you want it never ending? Because they could probably do that, but I mean, then people are like, "Well, you can never finish it. It's never ending." You know, you got people complaining like no matter which way you go.
Okay. I don't disagree with anything you said. However, I will continue to come back to this this statement that I want to continue to make is we don't have a game to play that's not this. And I feel like
What do you mean?
what I mean is, can you explain to me in the entire history of Halo, I would say besides Halo 5, okay, because I can't speak on it. I didn't play it after I beat the campaign. I put it in the I put it on the rack and it was never to be seen again. But they almost completely always supported the last game until the new game came out. And a lot of times they've had support between past games and new and current or new games that have overlapped. So why now are we not able to get some more follow-on and related content to Infinite while we're building the new stuff? That's what I'm complaining about. They promised us 10 years and we're not getting 10 years. We're getting a sunset game and no extra additional content after what we just got. And we're going to get a new game next year. Right?
See, I played CE until Halo 2 came out.
Mm-hmm.
I played Halo 2 until Halo 3 came out.
Mm-hmm.
And we were getting like the updates on those were nil. The unlockables on those were nil. But I still played them. I played them for fun. We've gotten this thing that we always need, new content. And we kind of, they gave us Forge, which we make unlimited
Yes.
content, right?
I don't think that you're wrong, Kevin. I don't know if you're... I don't think you're right. I don't think you're wrong, but I don't know if I can say you're right either.
If we're bored of this game right now, why aren't we diving into all the creative stuff that all these forgers have done more than what we are doing right now? If we're looking for new content, there's a treasure trove in this game right now. It
Sorry,
isn't
for
like
for all of you watching me twist my mustache while I'm listening to Kevin.
Right? We've unlocked everything we can. We got the maximum rank. There's nothing to earn in the regular playlist right now. Why aren't we playing new content that individuals have made? I would say maybe at this point when they say they're not supporting it anymore or putting new stuff in, well, open up customizing it even more. Get more customizer work going. Ways for people to join those type of games. Because that's where the new stuff is. That's where the unplayed, unexplored stuff is.
It's fair.
That's why
it's a fair assessment.
that's also why I think it's absolutely absurd what they did to the
To the
Forge
forgers.
teams.
Yeah, to the forgers that got the bans, that copped the bans, yeah.
It's those people were creating new stuff and they were hardly getting anything back for doing it, and they should be praised and put on a pedestal instead of reacting like they did.
Well, I still think that there was... the unfortunate reality is when you really break it down to the brass tacks, there was culpability on both parties. And we've talked about this, so that, there should have been punishments levied, but bans permanently, that's just...
But at the same time, they should also have been actually getting more than what they should have were being given for their creations.
Correct. Yeah, you won't get any disagreement from me. Hurts my soul is what it does. Thinking about it. We got an hour left in the awesome. It is 1:05. We've got 1 hour left. And then at 5 o'clock tonight, we'll be hanging out. I have 2 games that I'll be paying attention to. I had a really hard time deciding what I was going to wear today. I wore the Seahawks stuff, and I left the Kraken jersey in the back just hanging for you guys. Yeah. I think my wife is going to take my children, and they're going to do... Christmas shopping tonight, because Oliver has a thing in town anyway, so that's cool. They can get the Christmas shopping done, then I'll have to take the kids, and then we'll be all done.
As time goes by and a new game is about to come out, I also think they should really change the pricing on the purchasables in this game.
Oh, you mean make them cheaper to incentivize people to come and buy them?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've already reached the people who are willing to pay at a certain level, and as that clock ticks on, you got to get cheaper and cheaper to. I mean, at the point that everything's like $1. Because what's it to them? They're not. If the sales have started slipping because the game is aging out, no one's willing to drop $20 on a new skin.
Right.
How many people would come back and actually buy a new skin for $1 or $2? Bitch and whine about, oh, but I paid this much for it at this time, or blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, but you got the use of it during the when the population of the game was more, and you got to use it longer.
Yeah, I think that would track. That would make some sense if they added that, for sure. I think that would make sense. Man, it is taking time to find matches today. Today's.
It is.
I'm trying to find this while I'm sitting here waiting for the match. I guess I could still be looking for this phone option. There was a modular phone that you could buy. It was like a base plate, and you bought like pieces of it. I'm gonna see if I can find it. It is. I was thinking about Jimmy and his phone issues. Google.com. Modular, open source, cellular phone. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Talking about Fairphone.
I don't know. I'm gonna look at it now. It's like you buy a no. This is like you construct a base plate. Like you go to this company and you buy like a base plate, and then like the camera is a module that you could put in. Like you could pick different batteries. Oh, you got a whole new phone. Oh, well, that's cool. I was gonna say you pick like your battery size. They had like several different cameras you could choose. I don't know if the company succeeded, but it was like you could literally order the parts and they would just come in the mail, and you would like slot them into this plate that they give you, and you like assembled your case yourself. Oh, okay. Well, at least there's that. Sorry, I was just consumed by trying to help solve your problem because I know how frustrating that can be. Yeah. I'd give him, you know what, I'd give him a piece of plexiglass. Just, you know, with nothing. Just the shape of a phone that he could just look at the ground and do all the fun things with, but it's just a clear piece of plexiglass. And I'd be like, if you take care of that, I'll get you another phone.
To win it, plate. Just kill the other plate. We've lost the team.
Damn it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a bad choice running into that. One.
Critical says they're dead.
Gain the lead.
No eyes. Moving up. I'm on the bridge. Kevin's pushing alone.
Yeah, the guy, our teammate, Anomaly pushed him.
Okay, well, he's dead now.
They're on two on the right, two on the right.
Oh, damn it. That was so smart, except I missed my shot. There's one right side on the platform, like BR plat, or sorry, OV plat.
Lost the lead.
There is a...
And we're flip spawns. They will be on blue.
Roger. That's cute.
Blue. Right, left side blue.
Blue, Roger, left side. Bird.
Enemy Spartans closing in. Enemy shield
Gain the lead.
They're above me.
Critical says they're dead.
Coming down the ramp to red, coming down the ramp to red. In mid ramp 2.
Blue.
One at their man lift. Only down one. We're not doing terrible right now. We're still okay.
Mid bridge, top center.
Also their ramp left side. Hey. Spawned red nook.
Two blue, three blue.
3 blue eye.
Jumping to red.
That is so
one on
cool.
left red.
Doing great. How are you? Left red eye. You play Halo, Lisa? Play Halo at all?
Enemy halfway to victory.
2 blue.
Got 2 blue eye.
Red.
Red, roger, red. I'm in blue now. We're spawning blue now.
Center, top center, going to red.
Top center 2 red.
2
Yeah,
red
yeah.
right side, red right side.
I'm down, I'm down, I'm down.
Tango's closing in.
Red, top center,
Top center
going
red.
to blue.
Every single. Where'd that guy get? I'm down. One on the bridge on the bottom. We're down by a lot right now.
They're just spawn camping. Red side, red side. 2 red.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Mother. Wow. Just not having a game. I am 3
Red
and
side.
11. Red side, Roger. Sure, I'll try to pick up my trash bag, Kevin.
Damn it.
2 pushing red, 2 pushing red. God, I cannot this match. Two to lose.
Defeat.
Yeah, it didn't matter. Wow, that was a rough one, Kevin. We got hosed.
Yeah, I couldn't even spawn after a point because no one was creating a safe zone.
Wow. And I kept getting spawned and immediately getting dead, or I would move out to somewhere and immediately get crossfired and not even see. I think that guy's a hacker on your game. It's possible. I don't know. That's crazy. Like, I'm gonna change the mode, Kevin. We're gonna play social mode. Some social mode now. That was crazy. We were just getting rocked right there. And the ping wasn't too bad, but it wasn't great either. It was definitely a rough one. Yeah. What are you doing after this, Kevin? You donating today? You already donate this morning when I was reading?
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. You get all your Christmas shopping done?
No.
No, not yet. Okay.
I'm being a Grinch. No one's getting presents.
Oh, you're not buying for your sister, or I'm just, I don't know, that is there that lucky lady out there that you're gonna,
No.
No, okay. What about Laird? You guys fight like you're married sometimes. It's always, I think it's hilarious, if I'm honest. You guys rile each other right up sometimes, like, I love it. I love it. You guys are my favorite. Like Thelma and Louise, Kevin and Laird. Yeah. Just don't drive off a cliff with each other in a car. Don't do that part.
Wouldn't that be spectacular, though? Wouldn't it make you cry at the end of the movie?
I would cry because 2 of my favorite Halo personalities would be vanished together off of the same cliff. I'd be like, wow, what a waste.
Puma jump.
It'd just be like, what a waste. Yeah, oh yeah. Da, 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 and then just dead. Like, oh no. Oh
Those
no.
plasma cores flying, that warhog soaring.
Yeah.
That's an epic way to go out, John. That's an epic way. That's one of legends and stories.
I mean, you're not wrong, but man. You know, I used to fly with this guy when I was in flight school, and he always told me, he said, when they tell me I can't fly ever again, I'm gonna take an airplane, a Cessna, and I'm gonna go land on one of the aircraft carriers in dry dock at Bremerton. And he's like, they're already taking my license. If they've already taken my license away, why does it matter?
Damn it.
And I was just like, I'm like, the guy is not wrong. It would be. I just thought it was crazy. Oh, feels bad, dude. I just capped that guy in the kneesies. What's up, Vector? How you doing today? I'm dead. One and run. All of the TikTok views. TikTok views. Later on TikTok, Master Chief will remove the codpiece. Live. No. It's not gonna happen. Not live on TikTok. That'd be terrible. Like that meme that somebody sent me. It's a picture of Robert Downey Jr.'s face in the Iron Man suit. And it's like when you're shaving your bits, and all of a sudden you're using your phone to shave your bits, and you look down, and all of a sudden there's hearts and stuff floating up the side of the screen because you're live.
Remarkable.
Yeah. They're blue, spawning in blue room. How can we do chats on Discord? Just message me or join the live when we're not streaming, and always just talk to us. We're always here. You've joined the chats before.
Jumping down to red.
I got one at window. That's interesting. There might be two at window, because one jumped up and then one jumped down, and it could not have been the same guy jumping both directions. Oh, I can't believe I missed that shot. One in front of you, Kevin, to your right. He's reloading. Carve room cliff. Live feed. Ooh, yeah, no, we don't want to stream that. Get out of here with that garbage.
Drop all obtained.
Damn it.
Kev Dog is down. Kev Dog is down.
Halfway to victory.
I'm being too slow on the trigger.
Kev Dog is down. Kev Dog is down. Yeah, just join. Come and talk to us sometimes when we're in the chat. Always. We got ideas for you too. I'm sure we can help you out. We always love to help people. Everybody helping everybody. It's a big deal. That's what the Spartan Space is all about. It's about the community being better together for everyone.
Top center.
Get hosed, douchebag.
One in blue, one jumping
Blue,
down
Roger.
blue.
Blue, Roger, blue. Heard. I'm at big window. Oh, no! I died outside.
They're mopping us up.
At least I've gone on from giving the spiel every single time about why I have the bookmark for the beginning of the stream reads. Oh, that feels bad. Yeah,
Unstable packet.
you're getting unstable. You're getting packet loss now. I'm gonna Halo Y.
Why I can't hit anything.
That dude's name is Fupa Muncher. Really? What a name. What a name! What a name! Oh, they're all four together down here. Two are down. 3 are down. There's one more. I don't know where he went. We're down a lot right now. Jesus. Freeze a crowd and we hose them dudes. There's one alone somewhere. Yeah, they're all up there above you. All up there above you. 2, 3, right there, right there. Filing into red.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Enemy there. Boom, Legion.
Damn. Red, red, red. Still red, red, red. I missed. That was my fault. 8 to lose.
One on me, one on me.
Down 10, 8 to lose. Oh, son of a bitch.
Oh, that guy was robbed. One on me, top.
Back there, he shot at me. Oh, I traded down here. 3 to lose, 3 to lose. Down 4, 3 to lose. 2 to lose. Down 4, down 5, 2 to lose.
Damn it.
Ha!
Defeat.
Chasey, that was the last death. Bummer town. Bummer town.
Yeah,
Bummer town. Yeah, you said you had
Packet
unstable
loss.
packet loss?
Yeah,
Somebody
it jumped up to like
Yeah.
300.
Somebody
was
go
floating
fix
ar-
Kevin's internet. Go ahead.
Then it floated down to about 60.
Hmm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
We only got 30 minutes left.
Yeah. Sorry, a veteran just texted me. I'm answering his text. He says his migraines are getting worse, and it's making it hard for him to work. And I told him to let me know to get a hold of me at some point, and I'll try to help him with his BA stuff because it's super duper important. It's super duper important.
I heard most migraines are due to inflammation.
They probably are. I don't think it would be unfair to assume that there's a fair amount that's caused by that pressure. I need to. I'm over here in this window. I'm window shopping right now. My daughter asked me to buy headlights for her car, so I need to determine if I just need lights or if I need headlights and headlight buckets. I'm just over here.
What car does she have?
She got Subaru. I bought her a little Subaru.
Oh, you bought her one. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the same red one. We've had it for like almost a year now. We bought it. We did a tune-up on it, some maintenance, and my wife drove it around for a little while, and I drove it around for a little while, and made sure it was good, and now she's driving. But yeah, it's crazy. I love her a lot. She's a really good kid. She's always challenged me personally. Interpersonally. She's so much like her mother, but also so much like me. And that is like a whole lot of wow to just deal with, like,
Yeah.
yeah, like I love Lena. Lena is my better half. I say that to everyone. Like I could not do the things that I do without her. Uh, she keeps me present. Sometimes she calms me down when I'm like unreasonably like just whatever. But sometimes she can be really like a lot. Like I mean, I'm sure everybody knows. Give me a follow. Do I not follow you on Twitter? Really? No way. Yeah, of course I'll follow you back. I thought I was already following you. You do art for me. Of course I would follow you. There you go. It's done. Perfect. Anyway, it's like that. You get that like
I say kill them all.
the best and the worst parts, and you're like, wow, of each person, and they just manifest into your child in like ways, and they pop out when you least expect it, and you're like, holy shit. Like sometimes it's like all of the spite and all of the like calculated calculated like words, and like they're meant to hurt you on purpose. It's like all of that, and then the ferocity and emotional attachment that her mom like embodies. So you're like, how can you be like me and then also be emotional? This does not compute. I have a really hard time with it sometimes. It's like, holy Jesus. Yeah, Jimmy's laughing at me right now because he's got 2 kids at home that are just like that. It's crazy. You just let children have a really great way of humbling you in all of the most amazingly wonderful and painful ways. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite, I went to my buddy Ted's wedding, and we took our kids. They were the only kids allowed at the wedding, okay? My kids. And so all of the families that were...
No drink, you drink.
Okay. That's the last of it. All of the families that were there were like 2 or 3 families that sat by us who didn't have kids. One of them had kids, but their kids were, at a babysitter's house or whatever. They're younger kids. Some of them are like older women, and they were all just sitting around our kids laughing and listening. And afterwards, oh, okay, I'll look at it. Afterwards, the parents were like, we really love your kids because they're so refreshing. Like, just like total honesty about like what they think about the world and where the world is and what they think is important. And like, we think that that's really cool. And I'm just looking at my kids thinking to myself like, oh my God, what kind of impression did you just make about me on these people? Like, because...
What have I unleashed?
Yeah, I'm like, I love my kid, and I get told all the time by people like, one of the parents of the baseball kids, one of the kids that I coach, they had my son over for 2 days during HCS Worlds. There was a doubleheader that ended up getting rained out, so I didn't have to miss it, which I was really upset about missing. It was on Saturday. And I was like, I'm doing this thing at Worlds this year, but my son is playing his last doubleheader of the season, and I'm a coach of the team, and I was pretty tore up about it. And anyway, it got rained out, so I didn't have to miss it. But one of the families had our son, and they were like, he is such a good kid. Like, he offered to take out the garbage. He, like, cleaned up his own plate afterwards. He was, like, so polite. He was quiet. He was, like... And I was like... whose kid did you have at your house for the weekend? And they were like, your kid. It was like, it's like, Well, Jesus, I wish that my son would act like that when I'm around. Because holy...
No, I was the same way with my parents. You know, like
Yeah.
outward ways, we were polite and kind and courteous but yeah, when it was just family around, it was it was like
Yeah, no, it is...
welcome to the Thunderdome.
Right. No, it was nice. And then we actually had him over at our house for a couple of days this last weekend, and he was the coolest kid. He's such a cool kid. It's funny though because all he did was call me coach all weekend. Like in the morning, coach. How you doing, coach? And I'm like, I didn't want to correct him and be like, you could just call me John at home. Yeah, he's just so it's... That's weird too, to be Jack's dad. That's Jack's dad. Or he's baseball coach, or it's the coach. It's Coach John or whatever, you know. That's an interesting one. All of the hats, the personalities that you get, you know, or the people that you are, because you're not the same person to everybody. You are your own self and you're always yourself, but you know, different people interact with you in different capacities.
Yes, there's different hats.
Yeah.
They call them hats.
Well, yeah, that's. I said hats first, but I think that I wonder if that's an Americanism. So I tried to explain that differently, you know, for the world viewers. But yeah,
Hat.
I mean,
Masks or hat.
yeah, it's fair. That's fair. I'm with you. Hey, Rye, how's it going? I got one pushing the mid here.
Yard sale.
One behind you.
Yep. You ain't getting it.
Lost.
1 week on me.
I just asset denied them the sniper rifle. And thank you, I appreciate you, Lisa, for that. I work really hard to try to be a good dad. It's super important, you know. One here. Yeet! What the? What? What? Oh, I had it was blindness. I thought I had the repulsor. My bad. I was all excited to yeet that asshole into oblivion. Here's two pushing. I don't hear Rye. Do you hear Rye?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Just make sure.
There are just children screaming and running in my house.
Oh, that's cool.
Muted my mic.
Are they yours? I'm just kidding. I know better.
I sure hope not.
I mean, wouldn't it be joyous to have like 15 kids?
Oh, that sounds miserable. I don't want to be a teacher.
I concur. I mean, if you had your own football team, that's not terrible. He did. He got nice. 15 kids. No, nope. Yeah, no, I don't want to have my own football team or my own baseball team. I don't know about them apples. I'm loving all the football jokes right now because Phillip Rivers came out of retirement and played that one game for the Indianapolis Colts, and they're making fun of him. They're saying that he came back so he could get 5 more years of free medical from the NFL for his 15 kids, because he literally does have like a farm. Get the shit. They're all 3 over here, 4 over here.
Is he Mormon?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he is. Yeah.
Dude, he's awesome anyway, dude. Like, I can't believe he played great. I'm down. 1 on my X. 3 on my X, actually.
Sounds like a Utah family.
Yeah, he is. I think that's where he lives. I think that he's like a farm guy. Yeah, you thought.
Above us.
Power weapon inbound.
What was that sword?
Dead Needles over here. Never mind, he died. I guess I stuck him. Thanks, buddy.
They're dead.
Oh, he shot me after he died.
Dummy. Traded down here. There's a repulsor on my X. Two on me in the middle.
Down there.
Both weak, one drop.
Enemy halfway to
I'm up.
victory.
Power
I'll
weapon
take
inbound.
this.
Tango's closing in. Enemy shields down.
Sniper over here.
Power weapon available. Look, I'm a spider person.
Oh, it feels bad, dickbag.
My
Yeah, it's so funny. Give me that sniper rifle.
That was remarkable.
No, he must have been out of bullets. Dude, that sword man ran up to me, and he was gonna get me, and I yeeted him off into oblivion.
lost the lead.
They got the repulsor and the bulldog now. It's only got one blow, and it
Two
left.
in the mid.
Two mid, Roger. Oh, two down here. Still three. Still three. One above and two below.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Ranged weapon.
Oh, shotgun up top above you.
Up top, Roger.
There's sword there too.
Boom, Legion.
Oh, I got coiled. They're pushing. They're all collapsing on our teammate.
Shields are down.
S7 inbound.
Gained the lead.
Oh, there's one still up there. I got no shot. I'm dead.
Dead.
I'm up.
Got him.
It's cute. It's cute for me.
Snipes up.
Lost the lead.
Weak on sniper.
Weak on sniper, Roger. I'm dead. God, I couldn't get out of this space. It just had me pinned. I'm up again.
My commando go. Despawn.
Gained the lead.
Power weapon inbound. Power weapon available.
Damn it.
One on top of BR plat. One on top of BR plat.
I think I got him.
Oh yeah, he's dead.
Defeat.
Oh.
How do we lose? Oh yeah. Damn. Didn't realize it was that close.
I'm suffering that match.
It's alright, it happens.
Oh. We all sucked a little bit.
Yeah, his first match on. For me.
Yeah, it happens.
It's alright.
It happens. Oh my god! We got a full squad! What's up, Jimmy?
Yo.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh,
Living the
it
dream.
looks like I sucked the most.
Oh. Living the dream.
Right? Did decent.
I think we all did about the same, did we not?
A lot of assists, but no one went positive for kills except for Mia.
Could have done better.
Oh yeah, I died 16 times. Yeah, bummer. Wow. Okay.
Can't believe I don't have any assists on that. That's crappy.
Just not being a good team player, Kevin. Just kidding. Jimmy, you excited for Thursday night football?
No.
No. How was dinner last night? Did you guys pub crawl? What'd you guys do?
No, we stuck to one pub.
One pub last night. That's okay.
Yeah, we had wings and French fries and a couple of drinks. Played some trivia, talked to some friends. Came home at a fairly reasonable hour.
Wow.
Watched some
nice.
YouTube, went to bed, and then my son destroyed his phone. Yep.
Did you guys put insurance on that phone? Would insurance
we did,
even
but
cover
the
that?
deductible on his phone insurance was $100.
Oh.
The payoff value to pay off his phone and get out of the contract on it was $100. The trade-in value of his phone towards an upgrade was $800 some odd dollars. So we paid them off the $100.
Mm-hmm.
So the plan was done. Then we owned the device outright. And
Yeah.
then sitting at the counter for the same transaction, we traded the phone in for $800
Oh.
towards a new phone. But we weren't going to give him a new phone because he just destroyed his old one. So my
Right.
wife got an upgrade and got a brand new iPhone 17 Pro Max, supersized, almost a mini iPad phone.
Yeah, it's the size of my phone. It's a phablet. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So my wife got a new phone. Basically $800 off. And my son got her old phone, which for him was still technically an upgrade because she had a 13 Pro and he had a 13 Mini. So
Nice. The thing is bigger than her head. Well, I mean, I get it. I've got the Pro Max. Mine is the not the new one. Mine is the. Is this last?
it's stupidly
year's?
big. It's like 9.1 inches corner to corner on that thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. You just yeah. Okay, well, this is corner to corner is only 7 inches, so I guess I am experiencing a bit of size envy here.
I don't know. Joy, measure your phone and tell me
Mine's
how big it is.
It's 3. The girth is 3 1/4, and the length is 6 1/2. So if that's
55 times the length of
well, and so if
a
you
snail.
if you go diagonally across the item that we're speaking of, it is 7 inches diagonally.
And you have a 17 Pro Max?
No, I don't have the 17 Pro Max. Now that you all know that we're talking about phones, this is.
She's got the tape measure out.
That's what I did. I had the tape measure just now. Oh my god. This is the fifth. Actually, this is the 15 Pro Max. So this is 2 generations older than your phone.
It is 7.1 inches? Okay, so I lied. It is only 7.1 inches.
It's the
It's
same
still
size as
freaking
mine.
huge.
It's the same size as mine. She's got a different
Mine's
camera though,
4.5.
right? She's got the vertical 3-bar camera. Is that correct on the back of hers now?
I don't know.
It's 3 cameras in the back, but they're vertical on one oval. I have the triangle camera.
No, it's still a triangle.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
it's still the fidget spinner of doom.
They had mumblings about going to the vertical again. Like, I believe when the first iPhone came out, it was 2 cameras side by side, a long ways across the back. And then they went to the triangle, and then they were like, well, maybe we'll do it vertical now. I'm like, you fuckers just want me to buy a new case. That's all it is. I've been rocking the same case for like 3 phones. You fuckers just want me to buy a new case. And that's what I feel like anyway. Still giggle. The 12-year-old giggle. I love it. Vector dropping in hot with some truth.
6.1 inches, Vector. Good for you, buddy.
Is that
I'm at 4.5. And some would say that's pretty typical. That some would even be excited to have 4.5.
4.5 is about average. I believe that's
Yeah, I
the
would say
standard average. Yeah.
Slayer.
I don't care if Apple calls it a mini. I like it.
I would just say that if you no, that's not the mini. That would be the SE special edition, as in the expensive phone the first time we released it. Tip to tip, corner to corner.
I held my phone up to the back of my wife's new phone, and it, like, from the bottom of her phone charging port to the bottom of her cameras is the size of my entire device. Stupid. Stupidly big.
Well, I've got the sniper rifle. You know where I'm going.
Got the mute. The Plazzies. We're in the green cave.
No eyes. If you get into the pillbox, make sure you open the pillbox roof. Please and thank you. I got one at Nest. No shot, though.
I'm in the box.
Please open the pillbox hatch.
Hatch is open.
Hatch is
I'm in the
open, right?
base with the mutie.
No eyes. I got snipe, no eyes.
I got one below me in pillbox base.
No eyes.
You just missed me with a box. There you go.
No eyes. Still no eyes. Moving up the left side. Oh,
Pipes.
okay. Pipes, Roger.
I'm down.
Pipes dead.
Miss Small.
Two back
Stuck on
red.
the bridge.
Two back
One on
red,
me.
Roger.
Two back red, Roger.
You're
Got 1 week here, 1 week here.
Well, they got
Gonna
me, and the
save 'em.
mutie's right there next to you, Rye.
hey.
No eyes.
Where? Alright.
Mutie's at the doorway to the base.
Rocks
towards
and
Nest.
Invis in 27.
Dropping in pillbox. I'm in the box. Scanning for
No eyes.
base stairs.
Power items on the way.
Sidekick on my X. Broken.
7 to
coming to
rocks.
pillbox.
Kevin, I'll cover you.
Oh, one shot by my ex.
7 to
I
rocks,
missed him
Kevin.
for that one
You
shot.
down.
Kevin Camo's also there. Be
He's
careful.
egressing.
No eyes.
He's just fucking skewered me. On my X with a skewer.
Back it
Green
out,
cave
Kevin. I
left.
got you. Back it out. Never mind. Alright, alright. No eyes, no eyes now, no eyes.
Sniper and nest.
Pillbox.
Or pillbox. One of the
Two
Two
two.
pillbox, two
Pill,
pillbox.
two in the box, Roger.
Oh, those is sniper. Watch yourself.
Did you say there's a sniper?
Pillbox.
Somebody took a shot at me with one. Guess that was you.
It was not me. Shit, there's one here.
Down. No clamber.
Still one here weak, one here weak. Sniper's up in 10. I'm gonna go get more bullets for it.
Broken inside the pillbox.
Broken in the box,
Two.
Roger.
Two in the box.
Power weapons. Let's go.
Playing like a dumpster fire right now.
No scope.
We go for like a yar or a...
Feels bad, man. Two guys stacked, one in the pillbox and one in the nest, and I chipped the guy in the nest and he ran off.
Active
and-
camo cave on the right.
Camo cave on the right.
Pushing down
Roger.
to beach.
Yep, I see him. He's not here now.
Oh, he's down.
Down, Roger.
Turret.
Someone on main turret.
Dead.
Spree.
You all saw that. That was through
Two,
the
two
came out
bunker.
of-
Two
trees.
bunker.
Two in the bunker, Roger.
Bunker.
One in nest with skewer.
One on. One here. One here. One here. Invis.
Power items available.
He got invis. He got invis. He's weak.
Got him. I have the boom tubes.
Mutilator's up.
Roger, Muni.
Bunker.
Two coming out of bunker.
No need to tune that spread. Halfway to victory.
Rockets are burned.
Over here, over here, over here. Green cave, green cave. I'm dead. There's Muni on my X. Muni on my X.
Have it.
Good job. I got repulsor. I'm up here by Kevin.
Base, in the base, in the base.
Base runner. We're up by 13, so.
Tower, tower, tower.
In the pillbox? I'm in the pillbox.
Kurt.
They got Ravager in the bottom of the base. Ravager in the bottom, heading towards
Top of the
pillbox.
base. Jumping down.
Spike obtained.
Right here, right here, right here. Gate. He's on turret. Flip side.
I stuck that up his ass. That was great. 28 to 28 to rocks.
Flip side.
Coming to you. Coming to help.
Second
Coming to
one
help.
here.
There's 3 here. 3 actually. 3 in this hole. 3.
Left cave, one just broke through.
I got ran over.
I'm gonna push for rockets
He
because
got ghost.
Coming from who knows where.
Third.
Sorry about that, Rye.
Ah, you're good.
shit. I got the rocks, but
Just abandoned ghost. They just abandoned ghost.
2 rocks on my
Overshield.
exit. Rock left side by overshield.
Overshield's up. Oh, they got me one.
Shit,
I
no
think
way.
they're in cave, but I think they took out or used the rockets on me.
I used 2 rockets before I died. I just heard 2
Just
Bunker.
fire.
rocket.
Someone is sniping at me.
Yeah, I don't have the sniper this time.
One in the nest with skewer.
Pillbox
And I
is
just-
down.
I think I just dropped. Yep.
2
just
down in the
dropped.
pillbox. 2 down in the pillbox. Roger. Roger just dropped.
Minutes remaining.
3 over here. 3 in green cave. 3.
That's probably our last game.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I got 2 here on me. 2 in the pillbox. 1 in the pillbox. 1, 2, still 2. They're fucking around and finding out in that pillbox. I'm bringing grenades down your left side, Jimmy. Over your shoulder, Jimmy. 2 grenades going in.
Double kill. Victory.
Oh my god,
Triple
that's,
kill.
it's so dirty. They're still spawning down here at the bottom of the hill.
Skewer
Oh, he's
mask.
inside the
One on me,
pillbox.
one on me. I'm outside the box. I'm dead. I'm coming back up. Obi's outside of the pillbox, you said?
He's in the pillbox.
In the
Just
pillbox
pushed into
area?
base.
We got power
2 to
items
rocks.
left.
They're gonna get him. I'm down. 8 to win. Yeah, just stay here, bot. That's a good choice. Bot is glitched looking at the wall.
There's
Wow.
2 by rocks.
He missed you with that box and hit me.
Oh no, Jimmy!
Yeah, I'm 4 and 9 this round.
Yep.
Haven't seen a band
4 to win,
that
4 to win.
effective since the 80s.
Still here. Heading to pipes, heading to overlook now.
Power weapons are on the way.
Heading for that sniper rifle. I'm getting chipped from the left side. I'm dead. They're pushing back down to that sniper now.
Power
I'm in
weapons
green
available.
cave.
Ready with the mutilator.
Oh, the bot's got the mutie. Bot's gonna go get the
One in
sniper
the
rifle too, I
pillbox?
bet you.
Take that.
The bot fucking took the sniper rifle and the mutie. What a champ! What a champ, bot! I'm dead. 2 at
Start from the
the
nest,
castle.
Ryan.
2 at the invis
I
cave.
think
1
they might
weak.
be below us.
No, I just
3 to
came
win.
from below us. They're up
10
in the
down,
nest.
3 to win. Oh, that's an interesting.
All right, storm the castle. I got hit with the cube.
Stuck
Nice
him.
stick. Nice stick. That was close.
Oh, 2. They're all down at the beach now with sniper.
Power item.
2 to win. 2 to win.
Go get 'em.
We
Going
got
for
Rockets
invis camo.
left side getting in Viz. Rockets in Viz already.
He's broken. And I got sniped.
Snipe.
Outside pillbox.
I got it. We lost Kevin. What a bunch of shit. Alright. Oh my god, my back is... Alright, hey, check it out, guys. It's gonna end the awesome for today. Thanks for being awesome with us. Tomorrow, the plan is to be here. That's the plan. Plan is to be here at 10. We'll update the plan if it changes, but as it is now, our plan is to totally show up here at 10 tomorrow. In the meantime, we're gonna send off a raid because there's so many of you guys. Hey, Captain Rampo, welcome, my friend. How are you? Thanks for being awesome with us today, everyone. It's always amazing, and awesome to have you, everybody. Happy Halo days as well. Watch out for the Ho-Ho Halo announcement. I'm going to try to get a hold of Mike and figure that out and get that going so that you have it, because it's got to happen sooner than later. I'd expect it to probably happen next week. During the week, maybe even. Because it usually happens before Christmas. She's not playing Halo today. That's too bad. Hey, who should we raid today, Kevin? I hear grumbling coming from Rye, but I can't hear him. I can't hear what he's saying. Oh, he left. That's why. Okay. Bye, Rye. Have a good day. Alright, guys. Well, we'll raid somebody. Somebody's playing Halo Infinite, I'm sure. Dude, even real-life Spartan's playing Splitgate right now. Everybody's playing Split. Is there something going on in Splitgate that I don't know about today? Bueller. Okay, well, anyway, we'll raid.
I have no idea.
We'll raid this lady. She's playing Infinite. Her name is Miss Spartan 8A. Who knows? She's playing Infinite. We'll see how she goes. Anyway, guys, from all of us to all of you, thanks for being awesome with us today. We'll be back tomorrow at 10, hanging out and being awesome, playing some Halo and gearing up for the holiday season. If you want to hang out with us later, we'll be here watching football and hockey starting at 5 because the Seahawks play first. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome. Always. Don't forget to stop by in the Spartan space. It's the Discord and this building right here where it's always awesome because of you. Have a great night. Here's the heart. Jimmy, it's your turn, buddy.
4.5 inches is average. I don't care what